Is it happening? Is it happening? Hey guys, Daniel James here, and today, 2 years later. Okay, last time I was on, I said I'd be streaming a bit more often. Turns out that was a lie. That was an absolute fabrication of the truth. How you guys been? It's been 2 years or something like that. Oh, where have I been? Where have I been? Well, life decided to kick me in the fucking face just repeatedly for a while. And then I had to figure out how to get back up on the horse. Didn't even realise I was riding a horse, but I had to figure out how to get back up on the horse. I'm on the horse. And then my brain stopped working, and so I've had to get my brain working. I cut my own hair. That's the level it's got to. Shit's gone wild. But no, how you guys been? But yeah, it's been a minute. Yeah, I'm finally out of jail. No, I haven't been to jail, or have I? Like, that's the cool thing with not being around for so long. You don't know where I've been. It could be interesting. It could be boring. Who knows? But no, it's been a minute. It's good to see so many of you back so soon. I mean, I have been gone literally for like 2 years. But yeah, I needed to get back on. I needed to do a show. Hey, thank you for subscribing, Maltesers. We call them small geezers where I'm from. The chocolate. We call them small geezers. Anyway, but no, it's been a minute. I've missed you guys too, Sleepy Mo. Since the last time we streamed. Actually, I think the last time we streamed, I just got my new computer. So, like, the stream I had to reset up from scratch. So there's very possibly going to be things that just don't work. Like, first of all, can you hear my voice? Is my voice nice and clear? I do have the Shure SM7B, and I was using that in the last stream, which was this computer. But then I realized everybody on the internet and their grandmothers quite literally have a Shure SM7B, and I was like, well, I've got to be different somehow. So I've gone for the I'm more of, I have the preference of the long ones. Yeah, the long thin ones. That's more my tempo. So I'm rocking the Rode NTG, the shotgun mic. So the reason I did that, by the way, is what does that mean? Resubbed. I didn't even know I had that icon set up, but thank you, Sleepy Mo. What is that? It's like a bouncing little screen. But yeah, so I've got this microphone set back up. The reason, by the way, we're using the shotgun microphone as opposed to the SM7B is something I discovered on the last stream that I did a year ago, was that I can't play music in the background and then not have the SMB pick it up. But with a shotgun mic, it's not quite as bad. I'll show you in a second. Hang on, I've got a what's it called? The X Gate. Here we go. Let's see if this works. Hey, look, there's the screen. So we got the SX Gate, the Sex Gate, the SSL X Gate. There we go. So you see, look, that's when I'm talking. That, like, nice and slow as it comes down, and then this is when I play music. Look. That was a shit chord, but you get the gist. So we've got it set up now. We've got Cubase. I actually have a bit of a template now, so I'll go over that with you guys today. Hey, thank you, Lab West, for resubbing. Definitely need to make that bigger. I can't see what it says. There we go. I couldn't read what it said. I'm getting old. I'm getting old. Like 2 years goes, like, it still feels like it's 2020. Like, the pandemic started and I never left. Like, does anybody else feel that way? Why do you miss? Look, check this one out. Check that way. Let me make sure it works. Look at this one. You didn't see this one. Look at that. I figured out how to have both at the same time. Look, we are leveling up, boys. We are level. It's been a minute, and we've leveled up. Look, both screens. There we go. Look, now you can see all of the screens at once, and me, and chat. I'm turning into an actual Twitch streamer. Here's a few. Like, I'm gonna have to preface. I'm going to have to give you a content warning before we begin. Okay, so like 2 years ago, life was being a bit shit to me. I was a bit down, and I didn't want to put that on you guys. So it didn't seem like a good time to stream. Didn't want to put the negativity on you. Anyway, so in order to get around that, I ended up playing video games and whatnot with my friends back in the UK. Now, if anybody knows anything about true, and I mean true British banter, it's not the most, what would you say, safe for work content, okay? And one of the ways that one banters is that you will say like the worst possible things you can say in order to get a shock response, okay? So at times there may be words that leave my mouth that I don't mean. So I think we're beyond the cancel stage of society, but don't cancel me. It's just been a minute. Yes, we have got the gentleman is still going. What was that called? But yeah, let me show you. So I've adjusted the gentleman slightly. So it used to be that we just had like a gain on it, but now we've got a bit of this going on. We got a bit of it was a British channel by SoftTube. I've fallen in love with everything SoftTube recently. I don't know why. It's just something about like their UIs. I'm a sucker for a UI. That should have worked. There it is. Wait, did you change the reverb? So, no, we haven't changed the reverb. The reverb is still this Lex Hall. And the funny thing about this Lex Hall, I don't know if you guys know this, right? I didn't pay for it, but that's not to say I stole it. I'm not a pirate. Not anymore, at least. Anyway, the Lex Hall thing that I got there, I actually won in a competition at a, what was it? It was in London. It was like a games... Like not Games Sound Con. It was like this weird. I don't know if anybody remembers it, but in London they used to put on like this show where they'd have speakers come down. I think Yoris the Man was one of them. And then like the sponsors would provide like plugins, you know, for people to if you arrive, you get put in a raffle. And I remember sitting before they called it out. And you know, like how they say you can manifest reality? Like I was sitting there and I was going, I'm going to win this. Like I had this feeling and I was like, I'm going to win this fucking plugin. And then they called my name and I was like, I know. But this was just, okay, so I'm going to have to take you back in history to before there was people like me who used to do live streams and videos, okay? I was one of the originals. I was the OG... but I was one of the OG YouTube like composers, obviously not producers and stuff. I mean people who do like game music and stuff. So people like before I would go to these things, people already knew who I was because I not because I'm great, but because I was one of the only people literally who did this kind of thing. And so when they called my name for winning the thing, everybody in the crowd went, for fuck. As it like because I already had stuff. Because so it was like of all the people who could have won, they were all like, this fucking guy, it's rigged. It's fucking rigged. And I was like, guys, I mind you, I did feel like I knew. Maybe I rigged it and just forgot. But I definitely didn't. But yeah, ascending whole tone scale flashback. Mm-hmm. Annoyingly, I can't play a whole tone scale. By the way, look, I've got rid of the mic stand. Now I can hold the microphone so I can actually move around and still be with the microphone. We have leveled up, guys. You didn't see this. You didn't see this coming. No one saw. I didn't see this coming. But anyway, so today, wanted to talk about a few things. You know, we've got the industry is falling apart. I mean, like, I say it's falling apart. Let me put it to you guys. Has anybody felt that in the past few years, the sampling industry has been a little bit... I can't think of a better word. But like something happened in like the past couple... And I feel like it was around... I feel like it was sort of around when AI was announced. And I don't know whether it was AI itself. Like... Because we all try. I'm sure we all tried the Museo, and was it Museo? Was that what it was called? And we all ended up writing those little pop songs and the little metal versions of just random lyrics we'd written. And all of a sudden, everything felt really fucking dire. Like it felt real Danny Dyer. And then like it just sort of went away. Like my interest in it, the public consciousness interest in it. And then it felt like AI sort of became, I don't know, I feel like humans in general are still craving the authenticity. They're still craving that sense of uniqueness, something coming from a human. Like, even though Museo was doing a great job at replicating that things came before, there was just, it was soulless. Is that fair to say? Like, it felt like there was nothing authentic about it, even though the music itself was good in terms of the way music is written. It didn't feel authentic, and it just sort of died out. And now we're seeing lots of AI plugins, AI the most common one at the minute is like voice ones. And I'll show you guys actually like a song I was working on, and I was using my own voice and I was converting it into other people's voices. And now for things like that, I'm kind of excited because I can sing a little bit, but I can't do a female voice particularly convincingly. Like it wouldn't be good for me to try and sing like a woman. I sound like the Monty Python version of a woman, right? So it doesn't work for me to do it like that. But AI has some uses for things like that. But then I started seeing things like AI melody creators, and I was looking at those and I was like, who is this for? Like, when you write music, it's an art. It's something where you are trying to put across a feeling, an emotion, and using an artistic way to represent that in your own voice. If you're asking an AI to create that bit for you, what are you actually doing? You know? And I say this as a total hypocrite, by the way, because I'm one of these people who AI is probably going to be good for in the future. Is like I use it for art and things like that when I'm coming up with stories and ideas. So you guys remember back in the day, I would do what is called a mood board, right? So whenever I'm writing music for myself or I'm doing an album, I would make a piece of art. Like it used to be, what I would do is like get royalty-free images, and then I would like sort of splice them together and then try and make them look cool with lighting and, you know, blending modes. But then it was like AI sort of does the same thing and I can write music for it. And so I've been using it in that way. But in terms of like how AI it is being used for music, like with melody creation and like automatically create a harmony to your melody line, to me that feels like it's crossing a line, because that's sort of like taking the creative part out of doing it. And I can understand, let's say, for example, you're really good at mixing and you're really good at making beats. Like, I'm not great at making beats, but I'm not down with the ute. So, like, I'm more of a composer. Melody is sort of my thing. That's what I enjoy doing. And then I like to harmonize it. But if you are someone who is of the beats persuasion, then I could understand that perhaps you sort of want to have AI create the songs of which you resample. So a lot of beat making, or like hip hop these days, you know, in particular, is sort of made up of stealing other people's music that's cool and then putting a boom, boom over the top of it and being like, look how fucking cool I am. right? Which, you know, it's fair enough. People seem to respond to it, and I've heard some really good remixes of old songs and stuff. But to me, that doesn't feel like their music. It feels like they have done a remixer, they've reproduced it, they've moved it a bit further than where it was, but it doesn't feel like a unique piece per se to me. And as a creator, that sort of writing has never interested me, like, because I want to write something of my own. So I could see AI being useful for that kind of person. But the kind of people we are, like the kind of people who watch this, are the sort of people who like to write the music. So the only AIs I've found so far that have actually made me sort of excited have been the ones that sort of change the voice. Let me just quickly play you like this demo I was working on. And I'll play you the first bit. So all the voices in this you're about to hear are me, right? I was trying to, like, there's me shitting all over the beat makers. Here's me trying to do, like, some beats. I'm really bad at it, so it's going to be bad. It's still rough. Fuck off. But, like, so anyway, let me just play you all the voices you're going to hear, including the harmonies, and then I'll play it to when the females start singing. Even the female is me, right? And this isn't like some coming out party. I mean that I've taken my voice and I've run it through an AI and it's turned me into a woman. Metaphorically, again, meat and veg still rocking. But here we go. So, again, me singing just normally into the microphone. Then a harmony comes in on the left and right behind that voice, both of which are me, but with different voice profiles. And then it's going to be a female singing. That is also me. Again, as an AI.
I'm giving you everything, giving you all I know.
So that's me, obviously.
Giving you everything, all that I own. I feel it in my bones. Oh, no.
On the left is a female. On the right is the other male. Both of which are still me. And then this female is me. Okay, so all me singing, right? But again, so things like that I've been sort of intrigued by. But it does feel like ever since these AI things started coming along, the sample library industry started feeling, I don't know, stale. It's almost like the innovation of AI. This is the way that I've sort of compartmentalized it in my head. It's like the innovation that we've started seeing AI give us has started to highlight the staleness that samples provide. And that's not to say that samples are done or the sample library industry is over. It's more to say that the sample library industry needs a new wave of innovators. Because what sort of happened, and it's not that old, and it feels weird that I've sort of been there since since it began, you know, to make me feel like an old fuck. But yeah, it's when it started, we didn't even have good string libraries. The one that I started with was a copy of Eddie Roll Orchestra. Does anybody remember this? Let me see if I can actually dig this out. Maybe we have it on YouTube or something. But yeah, the Eddie Roll, let's see, YouTube.com. Let's look for Eddie Roll Orchestra. So when I started, this was the first one I had. Eddie Roll Orchestral. Man, my fucking recommendations. My recommendations looks like a MAGA part. It's insane. Right, here we go. Let's check this out. The Eddie Roll Orchestra. Does anybody remember this? Is there any sound? So it was pretty good sounding back in the day. So that was the first ever proper sample library. Like if we're talking sample library, that was the first one that I properly had that like I could actually use and write music with. And at the time there was it wasn't Kontakt. Kontakt was just about coming around. So obviously I've joined the sample library industry at the beginning of it exploding, but not at the beginning of it being created. So before this, there was something called Giga Studio. I'm sure some of the older fellas in chat can probably tell you more about it, but there was basically the Kontakt precursor was called Giga Studio, right? And before that, they had, what were the racks called? What were like the Zimmer racks called? I forget, but there used to be a hardware sampler. Oh, what were they called? What was there was like a popular name. Like we've all seen the videos of like Harry Gregson Williams where Hans Zimmer's basically strong-armed him into spending all the money he has left on buying some of these samplers. Luckily it worked out for him. But like apparently like the old Zim co-signed a loan. So he made Harry take out a fucking loan, like a house-sized loan to get these racks of like samplers. But back in the day before we had like in the box samplers, there was hardware samplers. That was just before my time. Fairlight, thank you. There was the Fairlight EMIs. I think that sounds right. Something like that sounds right. But yeah, so anyway, you had hardware samplers. And so like that was sort of the same premise. And if you listen to any of the media ventures, what were they called, media ventures back then? Remote control, Hans Zimmer's little unit, you know, like with all his sweatshop people, right? They had the hardware samplers, but he had his own custom library. So if you listen to any of the soundtracks from like The Rock or like why is that the only one that's coming to mind? All of those old ones, you know, what was the fucking fireman one? All of those ones, my God. It's my brain is not working. It's been so long since I've streamed. Like it's like the parts of my brain that access long-term memory just don't work anymore. But any of the old remote control music from like The Rock onwards, they all sort of had a similar sound. And that was like Hans Zimmer could almost be given like the moniker of like really popularizing samples in composition. Right? And so like they had their own custom sample library and there was no real like consumer sample libraries. And then you started getting the Giga Studio stuff. And that was innovative because people were recording, you know, like I actually had one Giga library that I bought, and it was the Epic Horns. I think it was VSL Epic Horns way back in the day. And I think it was Kontakt 3 or maybe up to 5. You could still convert Giga Studio in Kontakt into Kontakt format. So like I have my old version of it on one of the hard drives somewhere. But they had Giga Studio and it started to come around. And it wasn't until like our old friends Spitfire came around that like there was a viable string library about. But they made it. I don't know if some of you maybe even bought into it. So you couldn't buy like some of these sample libraries on the market like you do today. What you would have to do is you'd have to like buy in, and it was like really expensive. It was a few £1,000 to get involved in like this custom library that's Spitfire, which was Spitfire before it was a proper company like you know it today. And what they did is they went away and they took the money from all these composers and then used that to record an actual sort. I think it was Kontakt, their first version of it, but it was the first real concept of a orchestral sample library that was commercial in a way to people. And so that was where the actual sorts of innovation started for our industry. Like it was brand new. And so just after that, that's when you started getting Garritan. I think Garritan was probably the first like big commercial sample library. A lot of this is probably before the days of you guys. English. Anyway, there used to be a forum. We all use VI Control these days. I don't know if any of you guys remember. Was it the Northern Sounds Forum? This used to be like the Garritan library place, right? And then they started banning everybody because everybody disagreed. If I remember correctly, there was, I think it was Thomas Marbanger, something like that. But anyway, there used to be a sample developer. This was around when Spectrasonics, if you guys know Spectrasonics, Their library at the time was Stylus RMX. Anyway, one of the guys who did the sounds on that, I think it was a guy called Tobias. I apologize if I got that wrong. My memory's shit. I abused too much weed over the past 10 years. Anyway, so Tobias, there was an argument on the Garatan forum. And not Garatan, but it was the Northern Sounds. I think East West was a big member of it as well. Anyway, so the argument was, no, sample libraries need to be recorded as dry as possible. And then you put reverb on, and that's the best way. And this guy just came along, and he was like, no, you record it in a hall. And they were like, you're absolutely wrong. And so he went away and recorded a library called the G-Town Percussion Library, right? He recorded it live in a hall, and it was the best sounding percussion library you've ever heard. It still stands up today, and it's a free library. It's you can find it on the internet. It's really hard to find nowadays. And I think it was a Giga library, right? It was a Giga Studio library. And so he just released this thing for free, and then the entire forum started to fall apart, and that's where VI Control came around. But anyway, the reason I'm bringing this up is the innovation. So things like that inspired companies like Tonehammer. And so around that time, you started seeing what we would now call boutique sample library companies, right? Like Tonehammer. And the whole point of these guys was, instead of recording big, expensive sample libraries, like the Garatan, or I think East West had just started putting libraries out around this time, along with Spectrasonics, who had been around for a while, but Spectrasonics were doing things like distorted reality, or they were taking some of the old Hans Zimmer guitars and then putting them onto samplers. I forget that they were just sample CDs at the time. I think they were for hardware, so you would get a CD of sounds and then you would put them into a sampler. If I remember correctly, that was the process. And so they were quite popular for sound design and things like that back then. But there was no Omnisphere, there was no Atmosphere. In fact, Atmosphere may have come out by then. Anyway, I'm getting all muddled up. But anyway, so G-Town came out. It was a great sound. But then you started seeing the rise of boutique libraries like Tonehammer, which you may now know as SoundPaint or ADO or Sound Iron. So there used to be Tonehammer, but then they had a little fight in the middle somewhere, and it broke off into two companies, ADO and Sound Iron, and then ADO went on to make SoundPaint. But that was some guys who were basically, the whole premise of their company was recording like small in-hall recorded samples that sounded amazing and were dirt cheap. That changed eventually to become not so cheap, but it started off, and you could get I think that the most famous one, you've probably heard this. In fact, I'll play some for you right now. You've probably heard this sample library in a billion things. And when I say a billion, I say it with a B because it is that prevalent. But I'm sure some of you have it. How many of you have or have heard of where is it? The Epic. There it is. The Epic. Who knows what I'm going to say? The Epic. Where is it? There it is. Number 10. Epic Top. You've probably heard this sample in everything. And so you guys may remember. So that was one of the first, I would say this was one of the first modern sounding sample libraries, right? Tonehammer, I can definitely give a credit to for that kind of sound. Because this was probably one of the first libraries where everybody went, oh shit, that just sounds amazing. Because before that, percussion was sort of not flat, but it didn't have energy. And there's something about, it's hard to put your finger on why, but that has energy in the sample, right? And that sort of became the sample industry that we know today. It's sort of, we started chasing the energy in the sample. Okay, so sample libraries in general became about having something within the sample that wasn't static. So you started seeing companies, again, like Spitfire, coming out with their Evo series, if you remember those things, which is basically a set of samples, which I could totally show you so that I'm not just talking. So they started having their Evo series. So I'll pull up the, where is it? We got one of them here. How about the Olafur Arnolds? Yeah, and so if I bring up a grid, and so what they did is they started bringing out libraries like this. And it was like a new concept at the time, but it's basically this sort of thing, which I'm sure some of you guys have seen before. And then what you would do is you would record in a sample movement, and like the samples themselves would have their own sort of flow and movement and energy. And then this became like a new approach. This became an innovative new approach. And then once we got that, we were sort of covered. So by this point, you have East West have done their Hollywood strings, which sounded great at the time. It still sounds pretty good today. And then you had Cinesamples coming along and doing their thing. And then the next innovation that everybody began chasing was what was called true, and I mean the truest, true legato. And I'm sure you'll remember this phase. It was like a fucking arms race. Like, if sample nerds can have an arms race, it was over what we call true legato. And this was basically, how can we make it so that strings stop having the sucking effect, right? And that's not a term of quality, it's a term of sound. Something which Spitfire strangely have never managed to get rid of, right? And so what would happen is when you would go between two notes in a legato passage, you would, when one note ends and the next one begins, you would hear the transition. It used to be done with a crossfade. Okay, so like you would go from one note and then it would fade into the other. But Spitfire had like this weird effect on theirs where it would just sort of cut off before the next one started. I don't know if I've got any of the old Spitfire ones installed. I might do, actually. I've got the Albion, but I don't know if that's a fair comparison. But we'll do it because it's an example. So I load like the strings high. Do we have a legato, strings high, legato? Let's see. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong. Maybe this is going to sound fine. Yeah, this doesn't have the sucking effect as much. But going between two notes... right? But then we started getting companies like Performance Samples, right? And this was the next innovation, who started making it so that their legato transitions, let's turn it up, started sounding real. You hear that? Whee! It's such a subtle thing, and it's like so nerdy to even be able to point this out. But for some reason, our ear hears this as more accurate than, which is a bit more. And then we go back to the performance samples. It's more of a whoa, da whoa. LA Scoring Strings. Yeah, actually, that's a good call. LA Scoring Strings was probably the first library to do it properly. Let me see if I've got it. I give Performance Samples the head. I gave Performance Samples head there because they were the first that I remember being like, that blows me away. But no, you're absolutely right. So the first ones who actually got true legato sounding legit was Audio Bro, which is quite a name in the modern age. Audio Bro. You're like, I'm not cool enough to call myself Audio Bro, but LA Scoring Strings Audio Bro was worth it. So here was their... Now, this was always an issue. Like, I never quite knew which one was the one that you should use, because do you want it fast? Do you want it medium? Do you want it speed P? Do you want it LPG fast? Do you want LPG speed P? Do you want LGB speed P and G? Like, I don't know. I'm not smart enough to know which LPGPT I need. Okay, so I'm gonna go with the leg LPG. We'll go with this one. And now you can actually see it. So, like, this actually gives you a clue as to how they were thinking about the innovation. Look, so what you can see on the UI right here is it's showing me which interval. In fact, let me move my mouse. And so what they've done, the innovation at the time is what they would do is they would take every single note and then they would record that note to the next note, like a minor second, and then a 3 up, and then 4 up, and then 5 up, and then 6 up, and then 7 up, all the way up to an octave. So that's 12 separate recordings, right? Well, 11 or however many. Math was never my strong point, but they would record C to C sharp, and then C to D, and then C to D sharp, and then C to E. And then what you do is you take that little transition, that little bit in between, right? And when the UI, when the programming notices that you are going from a C to an F, it gets that little sample and it puts it in between the two as they're cross-fading. So you get the actual transition between those two notes, right? And this was the first shot. This was the first shot fired in the true legato war, okay? A war which probably still continues to this day, if we're being honest. Like, there is still a little bit of wiggle room for innovation in the legato race if we're doing it. The next people to do it was like Cinesamples. They started doing things like polyphonic legato, but they started doing it in the brass. That is not the brass patch. Well, there was the brass patch, but that was not the legato patch. That was the articulation patch. So I'm going to put that on the legato patch and stop being a moron. That's Ensemble Rips. Rip it. Right, there we go. So true legato. Then we started getting it in things like brass. And again, same principle, but something I missed out on the LA scoring strings there is they also introduced, again, I'm attributing things to companies as I experience them, not necessarily how history should remember them doing it, right? So remember, as I'm telling you this, it's from my perspective, not the actual, I don't know if there is a sample library historian. I am most certainly not it, but I'm telling it to you how I remember it attacking me, which is why I keep forgetting things. So do please keep reminding me if someone else did it first in the chat room. VSL, very correct. VSL, if I remember correctly, had a great innovation, which I've never seen replicated. And even to this day, I don't know if they themselves still do it. But they had this thing, and it was called like the performance engine or something like this. So if you played a short note in MIDI, it would be a spiccato. But if you played a long note, it would be a legato or a marcato. Depending on what you played and how you played, it would actually respond to what you play. So you didn't need to do the key switches yourself. It just ended up being what you intended it to be. Like, I think that was a great innovation. I don't know why that went away. Perhaps that's something we could focus on, sample libraries. But something they did introduce, Audio Bro, the bro of audio themselves. One of the things they introduced was the velocity sensitive key switch, right? And it wasn't necessarily to change a key switch, but it was to change the articulation that was playing, not the articulation, but like the way that it played. But I guess it would be an articulation change. So if I play a legato and I play the keys relatively hard, right, you get a regular true legato. But if I play it soft, you get a portamento, which is sort of like it's sort of like the crying sound. So you could go between the two of them live if you wanted to. And then how gently you played it sort of had a say. So you could get some really human-esque lines in your music. And again, the innovation was finding the energy in the samples. Something, again, which seems to be the key cornerstone of modern sampling. Okay, so then, again, I was attributing stuff to performance samplings, right? And then what happened is we had what would, I guess, be like the Industrial Revolution, right? Where Spitfire went away and recorded 9,000 different versions of strings. And then Cinesamples recorded the whole orchestra, but at the Sony stage. And then there was people recording at Air Studios. And then Abbey Road was like, fuck you have to record it live. They're loosening up on that nowadays. But like, the point was recording the orchestra over and over again. And we've got like the polyphonic legato, we've got true legato, we've got key switch, we've got velocity sensitive key switch, and it was like an arms race but of quantity. And so now we have a billion. We had the infamous bottle microphone, which was like they put a microphone in a jug, in a plastic jug, because that's going to make your music sell. Do you want to be like Zimmer, you asshole? Do you want to be Zimmer? Then you've got to use the bottle mic. That was the marketing technique of Spitfire. But then it started to shift, and Spitfire became the poster boy of this. It stopped becoming about the samples, and it started becoming about the marketing. It started becoming about the money. It started becoming about the shareholder, the infamous fucking shareholders. And so then you started seeing the re-release. You started seeing the custom engine. You started seeing the things that benefited the company, that benefited their money rather than benefited us, right? And then that became sort of the message for a while. It sort of became the thing for a while. But again, this is where companies like, again, one of my favorites, Performance Samples, came along, and they introduced a choir library unlike any I have heard of since. And even to this day, they are still the only ones. And Performance Samples became like the poster boy for playability, okay? And so everybody started diversifying the amount of different recordings and mic positions and studios. They started focusing on everything but what does it feel like to play. And Oceana was probably the first playable choir library where you can be like, well, let's turn it up. Right? And so you could just play a line and it would sound like an actual orchestra, an actual choir is screaming back at you from the heavens or hell, depending on how shit you play like I do. But that became a focus. And so some companies started going off in the playability thing, and some companies started moving towards the money thing. And that brings us up to today. And I'm sure I missed whole entire versions of the arms race. But that brings us to today, where AI has come around, but AI hasn't focused on us, the creator. It's focused on the layman, which is, I'm not sure if that's the fair term, the peasants who listen, who consume, the consuming, I'm going way too far with it, but like the people who want to write music but can't because it's fucking difficult, right? Because you don't just learn to write music, you don't just pick up a guitar and then be like, I can do it, because it used to be, if you were a composer, which is what lots of us are, we want to write music. Composing used to be a very restricted industry because there was no technology to hear it back. So you had to learn music, you had to write it down, you had to give it to an orchestra, right? That went away with samples. With samples, all of a sudden, the composer had the ability to create a mock-up or create a version of the music for themselves. However, with that came an entire new set of skills that you had to learn. Not only did you have to do the job of an old school composer, which was know which notes to put where to make the music sound cool, you also had to know how a computer worked. You also had to know how to put MIDI data in. You also know how to had to know how to take that sound that was in the computer, and because it's not in a natural organic environment, you had to pretend like it was in a natural. So you had to learn how to mix, and then you had to learn how to produce. And then Hans was like, what if we threw synths in the mix? And we're like, for fuck's sake. So now I have to learn how to fucking use a patch bay on one of his wall synthesizers just so that I can pretend I'm cool, okay? And so now you have to pretend to be cool like Hans, as well as be able to compose, mix, master, market, do YouTube, learn how to fellatio the correct industry people. Like it's a completely different set of skills. I have a completely new set of skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. Anyway, so I went off on a tangent there. So anyway, so we had to now know all these different sets of skills. So music has moved beyond a musical pursuit. It is also a technological pursuit. But one could also say that there is an art to the technology. So the way that one mixes... Sorry, let me take a drink. My throat is parched. So one could say that the way the music is created now with all the technology is itself its own art. So you will see a lot of videos these days, and we're going to go into this in a second. Remind me to bring up Uglies. Anyway, so it's its own set of skills, and now you can go online and teach yourself how to do all of these different things. And so it's become more accessible, but because there is so much to learn, when a new person starts in this industry, they get maybe one or two skill sets in. I don't recommend starting with the fellatio. That'll only take you so far, trust me. Anyway, but you learn a few set of skills, and then you realize, oh shit, I'm at the bottom of the mountain here. I have so much to learn. And so if something like, not Musio, what was the name of the Udio, was it Udio? I forget the name of the AI music creation thing. When that came around, all of a sudden I saw lots of young composers who were getting into the industry start to just abandon the thought of creating for themselves. Was it Udio? That was it, because Musio's the Cinesamples thing, isn't it? They're separate things. But the AI thing where you would type in, I want it to be like a 19 versions but a rave, and then it would give you a whole cool track. And so a lot of the kids who were getting into the industry, realizing how difficult it is to climb the mountain to get to the point required in order to be able to function in this industry and actually do well in this industry, they started to just scratch that itch that they had for creation by having the computer do it for them. And the worst thing that was happening is you could see that people were starting to feel authorship over AI creation. And there is an entire forum on VI Control of AI compositions. And you can see the way that some people talk about the work that they've rendered out from an AI as if it was their own creation. And the argument usually made for AI creations is, yeah, but you have to keep typing in different things to get it to be closer to what you want it to be, which is true. But hey, thank you, Hal Valor. But in that sense, basically, what you are is you're no longer the creative. You're like the boss of the creative. You're like the music supervisor at that point. At that point, you are the person who emails us saying, no, this sounds shit, do another version. That's basically what you are, but for an AI. And so would one say that a music supervisor wrote the music, right? So if there's a music supervisor who says, look, we need an action track, it needs to be epic, it needs to be 3 minutes long, you do something, you send it to them and they say, actually, can we take this section here and maybe calm it down a bit, maybe go in a big, arc like that does, the music goes up and then it reverts down and goes quiet. And so I do that, but I do it in my own style. Who wrote the music? Did I write the music, or did the person giving me instructions write the music? Now, that's a question which actually doesn't have a unified answer. I definitely, as a creative, as a composer himself, I believe that the composer is the person who writes that music. We are given an emotional instruction. Sometimes we're given a technical instruction, but we are the ones who interpret that into actual musical information. We take that set of information and we turn it into a new set of information, musical information. Okay? And so to me, I'm the one who created the music, and they're just directing me on which way I should take it. Now, if you swap out the role of an AI and the role of a music supervisor, if you swap out the AI for a composer for an AI, and then the music supervisor for the AI composer, the person who thinks they're composing with AI, to me that's the same role. It's the same job. So creating with an AI in that way isn't actually creating. And so, yeah, like in terms of where AI has gone, again, going back to the beginning of this conversation, I think what AI has done, it has sort of, because it's got innovation and we're seeing the ability to create these new ideas, you know, that come from nowhere just by typing in information, we can feel the innovation, and we can all feel like there's something there, but this isn't it. Like taking other people's music and then like sort of mushing it together and making a new output. Like you can feel that there's something there. And then you go back to your samples, and it's made all of the sample libraries that are coming out today just feel like, like I wish this was more. And that's sort of where I'm coming back round full circle on this whole conversation about where the industry is. And again, I don't think samples are going away. So what AI does is AI allows you to get a gist, an idea, a concept, but it doesn't have the control and authorship that one would have when they compose for themselves. Sample libraries still have that. Sample libraries, a lot of people have made the argument, but you didn't record these yourself, you know, like you're just playing back samples. But it's the decision in where the notes go and how they combine together that create the unique timbre that comes out the other end, okay? To me, that's sort of the creation. I just sort of described orchestration, but because I'm also dictating the notes and the harmony and the rhythm, that is what music is made up out of. And because I'm making decisions on every aspect of that, I am the author of its creation. And so when I see things like I showed you that AI that was changing my voice, things like that I feel like are heading in the correct direction, okay? Because I was still singing the melody. I was still singing the notes. All I'm doing is changing the characteristic of my voice. Hey, thank you, Halval. We still have the fanfare, yep. And so because all it's doing is changing the timbre of something, it's more like a mix tool. And so when I talk about composition being more than a singular set of skills, that is simply adding a new layer to a skill in the production phase of composition. It's allowing me as the composer to augment something that I'm creating into being something which is timbrally different, but is intentional. Like if I change my voice into that of a woman's voice, because I need a female vocalist there, I am still responsible for the creation of... I'm still responsible for the decision of changing the timbre. Like I'm not just at the whim of the machine telling me what I can have. And that's why someone asked me what the name of the system I used was. It was, I'm going to have to check my bookmarks 1 second. It was a service called Audio.me. So this was the one that I used. Let me just get rid of that. So this was the service I used, by the way. It's a brilliant service. And the thing I liked about this, I'm just going to, while we do that, just in case some personal information loads up. So the reason that I like this one in particular is it gives you access to lots of different voices, and these are all ethically sourced, okay? So one of the other issues with AI that we have is currently like AI creation programs, let's say, like what was it called, Muio, whatever, Udio. They are scraping copyrighted material in order to create the output. So there's no way that they know what the Beatles sound like without listening to the Beatles. Like it's the same with AI images. An AI image creator cannot know what a picture of Mario looks like without being given a picture of Mario in the first place to be trained on. And if the concept of the image of Mario is copyrighted, there is no way you can ethically source an image of Mario without it violating copyright somewhere along the line, right? So when you type Mario, it shouldn't know what that is. But if it does, it means it has to have stolen copyrighted content at some point along the line. It may not have been them themselves that did it. It may have been someone who drew a picture of Mario. So it's not an official Nintendo picture of Mario, but that person infringed the copyright of the image of Mario in order for them to source it. So again, the same happened with music. Like, they may not have copied the Beatles themselves, but if someone did a cover of the Beatles and then they copied that, there is a copyright infringement along the line, at which point it's an unethical source of data. And I don't know if you guys have been following the lawsuits around all this recently, but there was one, I think in America, right, where they just lost a court case. I think it was a law firm was the one who actually put it in. Trust the lawyers to protect their own backs and accidentally help everybody else in the process. But basically, I think their lawsuit said that an AI had copied all of their information and their data set in order to create a competitor to them. And so the judge ruled in the lawyer's favor, saying that that is a infringement of copyright because it's their information that they built their entire AI system on. And in doing so, that set a precedent for all of the other cases where we say, you can't use my content in order to train it because it's copyright. That's given us a precedent to point to and say, look, it's already been shown that if you copy something that someone hasn't given full permission over, then it's a copyright infringement. Anyway, going back. So the reason I like this one is because all of these singers have given their voice willingly, you know, with... I believe they get money when you use their voice. So there is an ethical system of the training data. So what you do with this one is you put your voice in and it spits out what you just did, but in the timbre of someone else's voice. So to me, that's an innovation. That's an innovation in the correct direction, because what that is doing is that is allowing people to still get paid for being trained on, for having the data trained on them. And it's allowing me as a composer to have a production method which is ethical, but it is not, at the same time, it's also not taking away from my creative authorship over my work, because all I'm doing at that point is changing the sound of my voice to another one, which is no different than me hiring a different person. But if I don't have, like, one of the things you have to understand about my job is people will say, and I've seen Hans Zimmer blow up on people before. Someone was like, can I get an Erhu? Does anybody know a great Erhu sample? And he's like, go hire a fucking Erhu player, you bastard. How dare you? They're going out, and it's like, dude, I need a sample library. It was so out of left field. But like, one of the things about my job is the type of work that I do, especially when I'm working through agencies, is I get work that needs to be done like in 3 days, like a track that needs to be done in like 3 days time. And I don't have time to prepare a part and then get an Erhu player or get another singer ready, send them the parts, get them to send it, give them notes. And so most of the time I just have to work with what I have at hand. Okay. And so things like that, in that situation, nobody's losing a job because of the AI, because I wouldn't have had time to hire them in the first place. So all it's doing is giving me more options in the limited time I have to provide the work that I need to provide. And so for people like me, and this is particular for people in like the TV industry, you know, where they have to deliver 10 minutes a day or something like that, something insane like that. They just don't always have the time to record something bespoke. And that's actually like, I gave Native Instruments and who was it? Was it Keep Forest? I was giving them props the other day because they've released these really great guitar libraries, which I'll show you later on, actually. They released these great guitar libraries, which are really well sampled, and they you know, like, they give you the chords. If you remember the old Action strings, similar vibe, like you get like some rhythms, you sort of mix the rhythms up, you can put a melody over the top. And like, it's because I don't have time to set up a full guitar recording session because I've got to deliver by that evening, you know what I mean? And I don't have time to be tuning up. I just need to sit down, decide on where the music's going, and do it. So things like that in AI are, I think, the correct decision. And now, because I, you know, as someone who dabbles in development, you know, obviously I've been looking at ways to do it myself, but I haven't come up with anything that I'm ready to talk about in any sort of fashion that is like industry moving yet. And I feel like it's about time for people to start. In fact, I saw one on VI Control. If someone has the link, I'll try and dig it out. What was it? It was like the Magisma or something. Magisma probably is incorrect, but it was someone has done a version of a sample library or strings. But what they've done is they've recorded their own sample base, let's say their own training data, Melisma. Yeah, I thought, there it is. So here's a post, and it's sounding promising. I'll show you that in a second. But basically, so this is the kind of thoughts we need. We don't need music creation AIs. We don't want people going around stealing data. But what could be the future, and I don't see necessarily being a bad thing, would be AI that you put in the MIDI data, and then it will read the MIDI data, and then it will use AI to take a live recording string passage of what that would sound like recorded by a live orchestra. That makes sense to me. The only issue I see with it, and I'm seeing it a little bit with this, I'm going to call it Magisma just because I've said it now, but it's Melisma. The thing that it sounds like it does, which all AI does, is you are beholden to what the AI interprets, okay? So if the AI interprets the music slightly different than how you want it, there's not much you can do with it. So I do think we're about to go through a hybrid period of time, because again, I'll show you this in a second, but you will have things like this, I believe, where the AI will create things and then you will use samples to augment it or take it further. Because the good thing about samples is they don't always sound realistic, but you always have micro detail over what they're going to do, right? You can manipulate it with MIDI data, with pitch bends, with modulation, expression, like articulations, both velocity and key switch. So there's a lot more intentional work you can do with sample libraries. But as I've been mentioning, the innovation in terms of how you interact with samples has slowed down. I do think that playability is still the way, like that should be the next arms race. Like when I played this, like that, a level of playability should be on every library. Like that should be the focus. I don't care about how many mic positions things have anymore. I have really good convolution reverbs. I can mix them better. I can add synths to fill up space. I don't need production in that way. I think samples need to start focusing on playability so that we can be more intentional with our MIDI direction. But anyway, the AI thing. So let me show you this Melisma. Listen to how realistic this sounds. And if I remember correctly, this is one guy recording his own samples, like his own training data. And like the problem we have right now is to me it sounds like quite a small section, although the demos from the official source sound incredible. But I'll show you the demos from some of the users afterwards and you'll start to hear some of that similarities. But it's very impressive. Let's have a quick listen to it. Here we go. Especially things like that. It's got a very Japanese sound. Now, like the SNX in the chat says it sounds weird. Now, I don't think it sounds weird. It sounds, a little bit artifacty. Like a little bit artifacty. But the thing that had is there was a natural sort of, there was a natural sort of articulation to the playing, right? The way that it was playing sounded human-ish, right? Right, let's play some of the demos from the VI Control members. Like that to me is sounding. And again, I'm not asking you to judge the pieces of music. I'm not asking you to judge necessarily the timbre of, like, this isn't a commercial type sample library yet, I don't believe. Let's see if we got any more down here. Have a look at this one. And to me, again, like that's what I was mentioning. It sounds like a small section, a small room. To be all honest, it just sounds like one guy recording his own sounds, like in a small room. And so it's only a matter of time before somebody goes away and does that in a big hall. There's only a matter of time before Spitfire goes, you know what, Air Studios, that's what we're missing. Like, we don't have enough recorded at Air Studios. And they do something like that. And now when you have that recorded with a big string section in a big hall, that's going to be all of a sudden very intriguing, right? But again, something that I can see based on this is this AI particularly is taking information in, and then it's telling you how it interprets it, right? I don't see many options after the fact once it's printed something out in order for you to change it. So again, you're giving up some authorship over the way that it sounds in order to have it played back by an AI in that fashion. So again, sample libraries and this new approach to AI, I think, is going to have a hybrid moment. It's going to have a moment where you record a part in, and I think what will probably be the best thing is like how like I would love to see something like this. I mean, I should just develop it for myself, but I don't have that much money. But I imagine probably the way that it's going to eventually happen is you will have a sample library and you do it in samples, and then you print AI at the end, and it takes all of the micro adjustments that you did with samples, and then it just replaces that with an AI equivalent, right? So that way you structure it with samples first, and then instead of mixing the samples in a traditional way that you would, it would be almost like the process that goes between when you record something like live with a live you do samples, you do your splits, and then a live orchestra records those parts, right? And then you try to match when they're recording it live, you try to have them replicate your splits as closely as possible, or depending, how much attention you spent on your stems. You get them to replicate what you've already played. And then the reason you do that is because the demo or the mock-up that you've already sent to the client, they've already approved. So you don't really want the orchestra imprinting too much of their own approach on it, because it's already approved. It's already agreed upon. So at that point, you just want to get a better, more realistic version of what you've already done. And so I can definitely see a place and a market for things like that. And I do think that is going to be the next step of sampling. Like I am waiting for it nervously, because it's going to be interesting. Haven't you lost a bit of the ability to talk and share the flow? I guess it's like riding a bike. This is awesome. Oh, I haven't lost it. Well, it's just because my brain has got all this information to go on. But anyway, so in terms of samples and AI, I think that the next step is that hybrid approach. We haven't seen much of it yet. Again, lots of it is in vocals. I don't know if you've seen BT. If you guys know who BT is, he's got a new vocal AI plugin coming out, which looks quite interesting. From what I understand, it is the ability to change your voice in real time. I think it was 300 milliseconds of delay. In fact, let me see if I can pull this up. BT AI plugin. I need to be very careful that I don't load up some dirty thing. Anyway, BT goes deep on his plugins. Is it this one? BT. I saw a trailer for it the other day. If anybody can find it, maybe it's on YouTube. It was basically a plugin, and like I remember distinctly, he said it's got like 300 milliseconds of BT AI plugin. Nope, just a load of random stuff. So nothing on there about that. But anyway, so he's releasing a plugin. Maybe I wasn't meant to say something. Maybe I've seen a secret version of something. And so AI as a tool is coming along. And again, so the state of the industry is a little bit meh, was the word I used to describe it. It's a little bit meh at the moment because the arms races are coming to their conclusion. Like, I don't think Legato is going to get much better. I don't think that the amount of mic positions are going to get better. I think we have enough sample libraries recorded at Air Studios now to fill Air Studios itself. You know, like, we don't need more libraries of a special nature. We don't need Sony stage. We don't need this stage. Like, convolution reverbs, great. Like, I don't know if you guys picked up the let's have a quick look at it. The Air Studios convolution reverb. Like, I don't know if look, I'm not saying that I am the reason that exists, but I do feel like somewhere along the line Spitfire went, you know what? If we just do this, like, he'll get off our ass for 5 seconds. But right, let me quickly load it up. The CPU is too high. I haven't noticed that. Let me load it up as an effect. Effects track, Air Studios. It does occasionally make my system crash, so you may see my background at some point. Air Studios, there it is. But yeah, so I'm probably going to put that whole rant on YouTube there, the state of the industry. But let me know, guys, if you're watching this on YouTube, down in the comments, what you think the current state of the sample library industry is like, where you think it needs to improve. If you're in the chat room now, thank you for contributing along the way and reminding. If you're watching this on YouTube, do check in with the chat every time I'm saying something as a fact, because I'm usually corrected. I need to work on that. I notice that I do state things as though they are fact when they are just my impression or opinion of them. I apologize for that. That is something to work on. But yeah, so if you're watching this on YouTube, that is the current state of the sample library industry, and I hope it gets better. That's my thoughts on it, and I'll see you in the next one. Edit. Right, we're going to edit. I will talk about uglies. Uglies is something I do want to talk about. Right, let me just quickly show you Air Studios reverb. Again, I do feel like this was created just to make me go away, and I'm all for it. So here we have the Air Studios reverb, and in fact, I can finally use this thing. Can you guys see both of these okay? Now, one way that I've actually started using reverb recently, and I didn't know you could do it until I did it by mistake. I should at some point read the fucking manual, as they say. Right, so there, let me turn off my Lex Hall. That's the Gentleman Dry, by the way. That's the Dry Gentleman. Drier than my nan's vag, right? So let me just pull this up. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to load it up as a send, right? Air Studios. Right, sounds beautiful. I actually do like the sound of this plugin. Really good. One of the best things Spitfire's ever put out. And of course, you have access to all the microphones. I'm just using the hall. I like this as a room. I also like that you can change the position in the room, so I can put it right to the back of the hall. It just does a little bit of calculating the impulse responses for all the microphones. Takes a second, but then... And here's how I use reverb now, right? So obviously, right now, I have it in post-fader mode, right? And if you guys didn't know this, or if you did know this, I apologize if this is old news to you. Again, I'm a composer first, producer second, so I'm still learning skills from both. Like, it always pisses me off because people are always like, DJ, how can you be a professional? You're look at you, you're clearly shit at everything, right? Which is true. It's true in a lot of ways, but I know particular sets of skills that get me to certain endpoints, right? So I learn, like, I'm a bit like dumb in this way. Like, I'm ADHD, as is everybody, but because of my particular autism, like I'm good at macro information, but not micro information. So I can get the gist of how things work really quick. But like figuring out the little details of them will completely go past me, and I'll just never pick it up until I learn it for myself, like I did with this. Anyway, so the reverb right now is in post fader mode, right? Which means that the volume, if I turn this down, right, it's still got the reverb on, but the reverb is quiet with the fader, right? if you click the button in the middle here, it goes into pre-fader mode. Now, this is how I actually like to use it. This is how I use it now, because what this basically does is it means that the reverb is applied to the sound independent of the volume control here, right? The fader control, which means that I can turn this down but keep the reverb loud, right? Right, I just remembered I can put this down. So what I can do is I can make these really ambient sounding. And if I also put, like, let's say the strings in the same room, right? Again, post fader. And then I load up, like, let's say my ensemble whisper strings. Right? And then I put them just in the room. Look. What I can end up doing, I'll say the principle before I start doing it, is I can mix, or I can balance the volume of the reverb independent of the tracks themselves. So I can basically create a separate reverb volume balance independent of the actual tracks themselves, right? So I can set, say we want that there, and now this is just reverb. I've got both of them turned down. Now I can set my piano in the room with those strings. Like, maybe that's too much. So now I can bring in the strings till the tone's what I like. And now I can bring in the piano dry. Maybe less. Because look, that's where the dry signal would be if it was pre-fader. Look, if I put it pre-fader, I've always got that, no matter how loud it is, I've always got that dry signal poking through, right? But if I put it the other way around, all of a sudden that piano's in the room, isn't it? Hey, thank you for the sub, Mandacruel. I can even put the old reverb on the dry signal as an insert, right? So this is it, dry, dry. And now I can put that back in the room by pulling it down. Right, and then bring the strings back in. Again, if I pull this down so it's just reverb, I can pull in like a cello. So the choir isn't in there, so let me put the choir in there as well, right? Again, let me put some strings on just so I can balance it against it. It's way too loud. Put them together, maybe. And then, you know, bring the piano back in. That's a bit quiet, so let me bring it up in the reverb first. Maybe too much. Now it's too dry. Now the brass isn't in there, so let's put the brass in there. Get it all turn off again. And again, this is going to be way too ambient. Normally I'm making a point with how much reverb. Normally I'd have these a lot more dry and in your face. But for the sake of what I'm doing right now, I just wanted to show you like how you can sort of blend the reverbs together. Again, let me just bring in some strings. That's obviously way too much. I love doing that. But yeah, anyway, that's the Air Studios. By the way, could you guys see relatively clearly what I was doing with this 2-screen setup? Did it make sense so you could see both at the same time? What was the choir? That was Orchestral Tools. So you guys may actually notice I've got a bit of a template actually set up. So I used to pride myself on the fact that I would load things in as I went, right? But then I realized it was on a project. It was actually on Diablo. It was like a year and a half ago. I was working on the Diablo mobile game, Immortal, which most people hate, but like because it has microtransactions. But then they all have microtransactions now anyway. So I mean, but anyway, I like it. It's a really good version of Diablo and it's on the phone. But anyway, so I was working on that and I had a quick turnaround. I had to do a lot of tracks really quickly. Not, you know, like not more so than usual, but it was just like it was a heavy workload. And I realized I'm wasting too much time at the start of a workday loading things in. So I set up the most basic of templates. It's not like the only things I ever use, but I use the things that go places quickly. So like I have an ensemble marcato. Again, I'll show you what they are actually. But again, like these aren't my go-tos for everything. These are just literally what I have because they start by giving me what I need, and then I just like I don't have to start from scratch. So I use mostly performance samples. Again, probably my favorite developer right now. I like this one just because it's right. Right, so I like those. In general, marcatos have become my preferred articulation because played short, they can pass as like staccatos, but like played long, you can usually pass it off as a melody. especially in brass. But I'll get to those in a second. So we got like some marcatos, whisper sustains. These are normally just my scaffolding chords because they're just sustains. Right, and they sound kind of cool. Right, let me turn off all these reverbs. Jesus. Then I've got the Arc one. So I've got these. Basically, these are my articulation ones. So if I'm doing something that changes a lot in articulation, I use these. Main reason is because Performance Samples doesn't have a library that has all of their libraries sound great, but they're all individual patches. So I use this whenever I need like a doubled line. Or I need a tremolo. Port sort of works as a marcato. But it doesn't have quite the same vibe. It's got a few extras, some shorts. And whatnot. And then I've got the low one. Again, I use this marcato mostly. It's in, I don't know why it's in sustain right now, but... you pair that with a horn... Right, you instantly get somewhere. Then I've got the Epic Spiccatos from Pacific Strings, just because they sound great. Then I've got the Octave Bass, perhaps the best patch from any Spitfire sample library. That's just strings and cellos in like doubled up. Then I have a cello, viola, and violin, all from Vista, which is my favorite legato sound. Right, it's got a brilliant sound. Viola, same vibe. And then violins, same thing, just beautiful sound. Then I have cinematic strings. This is usually because cinematic strings is one of my main tonal sounds that I like using. I have it set up only loaded with the measured trems at first, which is the when you want to go fast, Right, you want to do something like that. But then I'll load in the samples as I need them. Right, so that's all I have for the strings. Brass is mostly orchestral tools and some Cinesamples. It's the combination of the two. So again, I use Arc 1 a lot just because it's a big sound, like for what I was using. It's usually a bit too big for most things. So I'll break it down into like the other libraries that I have. As you can see now, I've actually broken my quick load into sections rather than companies. I recommend doing that because when you have it as companies, it takes way too long to go through and find what you need. So I've got like Angry Brass Pro, which is Performance Samples, Cinebrass, Glory Days, and Jaeger. Jaeger's probably the one I use the most, like when I'm actually going in and settling things because I like the control it has. But anyway, like I use the Arc ones from Orchestral Tools. Again, marcatos, they sound incredible. Oh, I've got sustain on it for some reason. Right, it's just got that tone, but you can also do like short versions. And then, like, same for all the others, so bones. Then we got tuba, same vibe. Then the chimbas. Again, these were primarily set up for dark and heavy sounds. Then, of course, I've got the trusty 12 horns, which I love from Cinesamples. That's always my main melody sound. Monster Brass, one of the best patches Cinesamples has ever made. Right, brilliant patch. And then again, this is another one of the patches. I don't even know if you can get this one, so I always feel bad when I show this, but this was the Horns and Bones from Albion 1, like the original Albion 1. They did an update that gave new content, but I don't think you can still get it. It might still be there, but it's the most beautiful, like, regal sound. You have to buy the old Albion to get that one in the original low strings. Yeah, I know. And I had it back in the day. Actually, Spitfire sent it to me back in the day. This is back when they liked me. But then like I do when I do reviews, I point out the bad things as well. So like they weren't a fan. Then we have some Hans Zimmer perk. Like this is the typical setup though. We got Hans Zimmer perk, low hits. Wait, we're in the wrong key. We got some Damage 2, obviously. We got the Damage Tychos, the Ethnic menu, just some epic stuff. Now I've got Pandora. I love this for the rolls and stuff. That's good. Action Strikes. I actually use this when I'm writing. I don't like using a metronome anymore. I mean, like obviously I need to keep time, but I instead of using a metronome, I'll use a rhythm from this. It's more inspiring to have like a musical rhythm to play to rather than... So like I figure out what the piece of music I'm going to write is, what's the pulse, like what's it need to feel like, right? That gives you more of an indication of what the music should feel like than... Right? There's a difference between the two. So like I have both usually going at the same time. Then we got Damage 1. I love this. Then we've got the Crash symbol, which is the just metal hits, the Piatti from Spitfire. Then I have a timpani from Orchestral Tools again. Usually I just double that in. And that's all I have in percussion. That Epic Toms should be in there. I don't know why it's not, but yeah, I'll probably put that in there at some point. Then the choir, we have the chorus, which is one of my favorite Audio Imperia libraries. So usually that's the one I use for tone. But as I mentioned earlier, Oceana is in there as well by Performance Samples. But this is usually what I play with because it's the most playable. Very quiet. Oh, it's because it's turned down. That would help. Do we have a compensation thing? No. Yeah, the men are in octaves. What happens if we put it in normal? Yeah, and you put that with like the horns. Oh, I still got that set as a... Still got it bloody set as a staccato. Need that legato. There we go. And then you put Oceana. And then you put like the marcatos, like from the strings. Anyway, you get the gist. Then down a bit further, we have orchestral tools. Again, this is one of the Metropolis Arc. I think it's Arc 2. Arc 2 with the just the men and the women doing ooh. Right, if you give me a second, I'll tell you what the RAM usage is at the end. But this has always had that, what would you call it? Like, I guess like the Jeremy Soule type sound. Like you throw some Black Hole on that, put it with the like some string sustains. Anyway, you know, stuff like that. And then we have the children's. You know, you throw that together with the, again, with the sustains. Beautiful sounds. And that's literally my full template. So that's literally everything that I use from a base level. And then you can see like in the, you know, like usually I'll load up custom. I've got so much custom stuff now. I don't know if did you guys ever see the Jin video? Let me quickly show you. Let me just load that up first. So my Jin video. So I recorded like, I tell you what, I was so fucking sick afterwards. So like my my wife went away like on a trip, but she'd brought back all this gin, this Finnish gin, and she had so much of it, and I was just like, oh, I could probably handle a bottle of this. This was very strong stuff. I downed the whole bottle. In fact, I may have had 2 of them. But like, let me just quickly show you the. There we go. Look, I have more hair. Is that Wilbert? Wilbert, is that you? Are you Buster Tunes? Is that for real Wilbert? Because if it is, I need to blow some smoke up his ass. So look, I did all this. Oh, dude, seriously, fucking huge congrats. Everybody, I don't know if you guys saw this, and we need to all take a moment. We all need to take a fucking moment. It's well deserved. Wilbert in the chat. Wilbert in the chat. He just won a, was it the DICE Award? Was it DICE Award? I think it was DICE Award. He just won himself the most deserved DICE Award in history. For that badass tune. My God, dude, that is one of the best tracks. Seriously, well fucking deserved. And then it's like... I don't know where it goes. That's fucking Wilbert Helldiver Roger is in the chat, and he's a fucking legend. So huge, dude. Seriously, congrats. That was I don't know how better to say it, but well done. In fact, I play it so much. One of the things that happened when I was away, I need to show you this video. So I play Helldivers. I'm a huge Helldivers fan, and like, this is a moment that happened recently in one of our game things. I apologize because I do cut your music at one point, but I'll give you a little overview of how it goes when I play. Here we go. So that's my brother. That's me. But the music you're hearing is Wilbert. So we're being chased by like multiple chargers and a Bile Titan. We've run out of time. We've got all the samples. And then the moment happens. We find a random hell bomb. Oh, seriously, like, yeah, one of, if not the most incredible out of left field video games I have ever seen. And seriously, dude, like, I'm not just saying this, like, it's universal. You deserve every fucking award. Like, and here's the thing that people don't understand about the music in Helldivers. I mean, other than, like, you know, obviously, like, the tension themes, the caution themes, super cinematic. But nobody can emphasize how difficult it is as a composer to write something that's so simple yet so effective and do it correctly. Like that theme will be in my head whether I want it to or not forever. And it's like it's that moment of creativity that once it exists, it's obvious, right? But finding that in the ether of creative ideas is impossible to do until you do it. I am curious, Will. Was it like, did you know the second you went, like, were you like, oh fuck, nobody move. I heard it. It exists. That is it. That is my award right there. That is it. Like, because it's one of those things, like, you can't sort of go, no, that's not quite right. No. Oh, hang on. You know, like, it doesn't sort of piecemeal come to you. It's one of those things that, like, it's hard to explain, but the second you did that, you must have, it was sort of intentional control. I looked at the Hellpods job and thought, make it sound like a Kool-Aid man blasting through the wall. Yeah. Bam, 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 bam. Like, and it's again, such a, all it is like a descending, I don't know what key you did it in, but like it's like a descending D minor with the 2 in there. And it works. And it's like, how have I not done that before? Of all the fucking things, I twiddle around on this piece of shit keyboard for days and hours, and I must have played that before, but it didn't at the moment go, yeah, that's one of the best themes you're going to hear for a long time. Yeah, do you know what I mean? But seriously, dude, like, incredible. You really fucking nailed that. And you know me, normally when I hear something great, I'm infused with a furious anger and jealousy. Not at you, that you don't deserve it. At me, because I didn't fucking think of it. And it's like, that's my job. I should have thought of it. But I heard that and I was like, nah, fuck it. That's one of the greatest. That's like, it's this bit as well. Like, I felt the democracy. Like, that is democracy manifest right there. That 100% amazing. So seriously, congratulations on that. It's like all good themes that I like, the media venture themes, I call them. Like, I think that's why I like your Helldivers theme so much, is because it fits in that, like, The Rock is... something like that, innit? You know what I mean? Like, it's that kind of vibe. They all sort of fit in that, like, the key bit is always that, like, D minor B flat relationship, like this. Like, that is always like the heroic move. Rising back up from the Hell Pods. Yeah, that rise is always beautiful. Or those moves. Because, like, you can play that like that going downwards. It feels completely different. That, right? But if you play it ascending, it feels like something like you said, rising from the dead. Like, I used to do that so much more than I do now. And it's like the way Wilbert just described it there. For those of you who don't know, Wilbert Roget, the composer of Helldivers, is in the chat room with us. And it's what he just mentioned there is one of the things that actually helps when you're writing themes, because when you've got a blank page in front of you, one of the things that happens is you're like, well, where is the fucking idea going to come from? And what he just mentioned then is what you call conceptualizing an idea. So he imagined the Helldivers coming down. So you get right? So they're coming down, and then as they come out the pods, it rises up. Right? And so you've conceptualized in physical form what the music needs to do. And that's actually a very difficult... It's not a difficult thing to do. It's something which the more you practice and the better you get at it, the more intentional your melodies become. Because especially when you're sat around composing, you know, it's very easy to just be like I do when I'm on here sometimes. Just flail around trying to find something. But if you're like, no, this is the moment where something's going to rise up and then it's going to fall down again. But he's going to get back up. And all of a sudden, you've got an arc and a story within the music that makes sense in a literal sense, in terms of where you're actually going to take your melodies and your harmonies. Because then you're not just listening for something cool, you can actually conceptualize it in terms of movement. So, like he mentioned, like the Helldivers coming down, so the melody goes down dramatically. And then when they rise up, you know, and you can feel that movement in the actual music. It makes sense from a literal standpoint. DJ for sure, the Robots theme too. I just stomped around the room humming until... Exactly. It's just a conceptualization of what the music needs to do. And again, like one of the ways that I do it is I conduct as if there's an orchestra. So if something feels small, like my hands come in like this, and I'm like, and if you actually invest your body into it, you can have, like, for some reason, it gives you different feelings, different ideas. But like that's one of the reasons. I mean, like video game, and I'm sure Wilbert can back me up on this, is one of the difficult things about video games is because it's a non-linear structure in most scenarios, it can be difficult to find the right feeling because you don't have the image, you don't have the footage in front of you per se telling you what it needs to be. Like when you're doing a movie, if someone's falling down a hill or they're like falling off a cliff, there's a very clear direction that they're going, and so the music can either relate or juxtapose that thing, right? So you've got information on screen. Whereas when you're doing game music, you're working with a concept of an idea. You're working with, like he said, there's robots. It's like, okay, well, what's that going to be? He's like, well, the way that he did it there that he's just described is the robots stomp around. So he's stomping around until he finds his idea. You see what I'm saying? It's a very cool way that you've done it. For sure, pretend to be a... Oh, yeah, congrats, old man. Man, I'm so, like I was saying it, I think it was on Austin Wintory's Twitter the other day. Like, I am so privileged to know so many talented people. I mean, privileged and also cursed, I suppose. But it's like the feeling of inadequacy, or to put it a nicer way, the feeling of needing to improve will never cease. Will never cease knowing you guys, because you're all so fucking good at what you do that, like, it's impossible to not be like, well, shit, now I need to up my game again. But that must be... Like, I spent a lot of the last year, like, just trying to figure out... Again, this is one of the things that I have in terms of music, is I can't, or at least I struggle to remember... Like, I can't learn music theory the music theory way, right? The way that I maintain information, I can never just read data, right? I can never see something and then understand it just by seeing it. It doesn't register. Like, the example I use all the time is like, I know that there is a noun, a verb, and an adjective, but I can never remember which one is which, right? Which one is the doing word and which one is the thing. Like, for some reason, just that information never sticks in my head. And it's the same with music theory. And so, like, I spent like the whole of like last year trying to figure out music theory ways to get around a keyboard. So it's like, one of the things is that, like, if you're on a minor chord, the fifth note of that chord can be the next minor chord, and you can go round and round with that. So like a D minor, then you can go to an A minor, then you can go to an E minor, and you can go to a B minor, and you can go to whatever that is minor, F sharp minor, and it will sound pleasant, you know? Or like sus4s, and then like, well, this isn't a sus4, but sus2. And like, so I have to learn, like, technically there would be a musical theory way of explaining those moves. But it's like, I can never remember it that way. Like, if I'm on a major chord, if I move like I move the third and the fifth upper semitone, I get that sound. Which is a very Ralph Vaughan Williams sound. Or like, if you're on a third of a minor chord, that third can also be the third of another minor chord, which will make it sound creepy. Well, not a third, rather. That was the wrong word. It'll do that heroic sound. Like, if you're on a third, that can become the third of the next major chord, and it'll have that sound. Then we go. And that's... Right? If you want to make that sound. And so it's like... There are ways of describing that with music theory, but for whatever reason, it never registers in my brain. Like, I can't remember it in that way, so I just have to have it. And so, like, I can only remember music theory in how it applies to where I am right this second. So again, it's like, if I have a major chord, you know, I throw a seventh, and then I can go to there. And then if I make that major, I can go there. And it's so I can remember things based on the chord that I have right now. I know the ways that it can go from that moment for different types of sound, if that makes sense. So there's that one, and then like that one. Exactly, but when people start saying tritone but share the F and then throw a flat 7, like my brain just goes, And it, again, like this is one of those things, and it's always particular. And I always like say these things on stream because they make me look bad. But the thing I always try to express when I express them is that like I am a professional composer. I do this and I still get work. And it's like not knowing those things isn't like gonna stop you from getting work. All you need to be able to do is produce music of a certain level and quality that work to the picture, right? So I know how to get end results. It's just that the way that I go about it is in my own weird way. And it's also, you have to remember, again, music is more than just the composition these days. It's the production, it's the synth design, it's the sound design, it's the mastering, it's how it all comes together. And I have skills in lots of different areas that will compensate in ways that I don't have access to music theory information, for example. Like I am a pretty good sound designer. Like, so if I have a timbral space in my mix that like some people will be like, well, if you did this, this and this with music theory, I can be like, yeah, but I can just make a cool sound and then throw shape a box and do this kind of thing. And it's like a different way of approaching music. There is no correct way. I mean, there's better ways, I suppose, but there's no correct way to get an end result because it's an art. And my art doesn't always come through the typical music ways. So when I talk like this to you guys and I'm talking about music, it can often sound like I don't know what I'm talking about, but it's like I know music in a practical, in the moment sense, but I'm really bad at breaking it down after the fact. So like I'm a bad person to come to for music theory tips, but I may be better if it's about sound design tips or philosophical tips, you know, things like that. And it also helps that I got a chat room that can correct me on a dime. You have everything in your head when you play without thinking, but when you hear theory, your brain goes dead. Exactly. And that's what I mean. It's like knowing how to move around in the moment. And then I could go to, which is a really bad resolution, really bad example of me knowing what I'm doing. That's a bit better. But that's what I mean. It's only like one sort of, that didn't work. And then I know roughly where the next note's going to be. And so, yeah, it's different ways of thinking about it. But like the way that I compose is actually sort of like how Wilbert was talking then, is you just have to conceptualize a concept of what you're going for. And then like, it's not so much that the notes come to you. It's that like when you have a blank page, the potential is anything, literally anything in the world. And so what you're doing when you conceptualize is you narrow down the things that it could be. Right. And then because there's only so many things it could be, it becomes much easier to pick something appropriate because you've narrowed down by, you know, like almost like a detective. You've narrowed down the possibilities of things that would work in this situation. And then it makes it much easier to pick something correct. sus4 is always the correct answer, especially when you're like modulating. Like that's one of my ones I do the most. So like if I'm in like D minor, If ever I end up with an A in my melody, like I can just throw it to like an E flat major, and it works as though it's in the key, and then I'm back out of it. same. Same here. That was the one I just did, wasn't it? What was it? What was the one I was doing this? It was like the thing I always learned from Metal Gear, you know, the something like that. And then, but like they're the. Oh, fuck it hell. It's a bad example again, but it's like when I'm doing it's when you do like a sus4 major resolution like that, you're holding two notes of a minor chord modulation, right? So if I'm doing like an A sus4 to an A major, right? I'm holding the third and the fifth of an F sharp minor. Right? So like whenever you do a sus4 with a major resolution, you're already holding two notes of like the next minor chord. Or at least that's how I usually remember it. Right? So so in this is E. Right? Like that's how I remember music theory. Again, it's like I don't even think of it with the sus4 name. It's like I know the hand shape. It's like I've had to put all that information in the muscle memory. Oh yeah, I was going to talk about uglies, right? So one of the other things we were talking about earlier is the mehness of the industry. And it's sort of like, I feel, and you guys let me know, like, does anybody go through, like, whenever you see a new Netflix show or a new Prime TV show and you're watching it and you're just like, man, there's nothing these days that feels worth the time. You know, like you get into a show, like there's a couple of good ones, but the vast majority of shows that come out just feel like they have no soul, right? Or at least that's the vibe I have. And there was this one show that I was watching, I think it was a movie, and I think it was called Uglies, right? I think it was on Prime, maybe it was Netflix. And I always feel bad throwing this movie under the bus. But the reason that this, like, I use this as the example is the movie was correct, right? Which sounds like it's not a negative, but like I watched the movie and it's like every single aspect of it feels like something I've seen before. It feels like as if AI had made a movie, as if it had taken things that came before and it just sort of put them together in the correct way. And I was really like, for a while I was musing on why is that? You worked on that show. I apologize, like this isn't the only show that does it, but like as I was watching the movie, it was like all of the camera selection choices, all the camera angles were correct, all of the script writing aspects were correct, all of the acting decisions were correct, all of like the pacing was correct. The cinematography and the actual color grade at the end was correct. And I was like, what? Why is that? And like the theory I came to was that like we live in an era where there has almost been a consensus on what is good and what is bad. And it's like, to me, the art of creativity or creativity itself is literally the process of solving problems in unique ways, right? So you may have a scene where I need to show that this character is sad, right? Which is just a basic thing. And what sort of happened is we have so many people that on like YouTube, for example, have broken down movies and like the best examples of something being sad, that sort of gets elevated to the correct way to portray someone being sad. And so now when like it feels like a director or like a cinematographer or whatever it is, whenever they're presented with the problem, we need to make the audience understand this person's sad, they go to the textbook. That's what it feels like. It feels like movies and shows now are too textbook. And it's like there's nothing about that scene that feels like the director imprinted their fingerprint on it, that they put their stamp on how they solve that problem. And so like it's like they went to the textbook and they did it the correct way. And Uglies was like it was the example of that for me. As I was watching it, I was like, yeah, that's correct, but I've seen that done before. And so like what you end up with is sort of like someone said, it's like a sanitized product. It's like all of the decisions had already been made before. And I was trying to roll back and see where that sort of thing comes from. And I think it is like people like me on YouTube. It's like we show the way that we solve these problems, right? But then it becomes very tempting for someone watching that to then use that same solution to the same problem. So like I'm guilty of it for sure. And it's one thing I try and break out of. Like when I don't have a certain set of skills, the first place I go, like I learned a lot of my skills from YouTube. So like the first thing I would do is I would like, if I don't know how to mix something or I don't know how to use this certain type of compressor correctly, I'll go watch videos of people using it. But you will tend to see that when people describe these things, it's like never use this thing on a drum bus. Like you don't use this on drums, or you've got to use this one for vocals, and you've got to do it with this type of setting for vocals. And it's very easy to go, oh, okay, because you don't understand it for yourself yet. It's very easy for you to look at that and go, oh, okay, I've got to use that way on vocals. And then what you end up is you end up with this sort of that's like banal type sound, or not generic. It's like a generic type sound, because then everybody else starts seeing that video and then they repeat the information. It's like, and people do it to me sometimes when I used to live stream more often. It's like people would say, DJ, you're doing that wrong. And it's like, well, I'm not finished yet, so how do you know I'm doing it wrong? And it's like, well, I've seen this other person explain that because if you don't do it like this is going to go wrong. And it's like, yeah, but I like the way that it's starting to mold if I do it this way. And so what you end up happening is you end up with the people who don't know learning from people who do know, but then they start taking on the opinions of the people who did know rather than working out their own opinion. So like one of the things, like, and again, Uglies is always the example I use, is because it was so perfect. Like it's a good example of what you should do is look at how people have described this and been like, okay, like that's one way to do it. Why did that work? Instead, like people stopped questioning why does that work, right? And then that when you ask the question, why does it work? It allows you to have an opinion for yourself on the subject. Well, that scene felt sad because they had like the dark lighting and the actor was crying and the camera was like looking down on them, so they felt small. And it's like, but that's already been done. So why do those things work? Well, the dark coloring sort of represents an emotion, you know, like when you feel sad, everything feels muted in colors. So maybe we don't need to darken the colors. Maybe we can mute the colors. Maybe we can, you know, have the color respond to emotion in the same way. Instead of just copying like the dark blue lighting that they had, let's go with muted colors. Let's go with, like, they've got colors. Perhaps we only mute certain colors. Perhaps like the lively colors like reds and yellows, we bring them down so that only blue in the scene. So we're not lighting it blue. We just have blue whenever someone's feeling sad. You know what I mean? Like that's, I'm literally just coming up with that off the top of my head. But what I'm trying to say is that if you question the reason that someone did something, you're more likely to have a creative alternative solution. And it's one of those things I always talk about, like the two-mindedness of your brain. You have a technical brain and you have a creative brain. Creative brain doesn't like to wake up. It's like a creative person. It's always in bed trying to nap, have a sleep. But the technical brain's always there telling you that you fucking suck, right? And you can apply that to other people's work, but without it saying it sucked. It's like, why are they good? Why does that thing work? And once you do that and then you start questioning the reasons why it works, the creative brain will wake up and say, well, okay, I see that you've used the word muted here, like how you have a muted emotion when you feel sad, or you feel sad, but you feel the muting of positive emotions. You could apply that to color as a concept. You could mute the positive colors. You could perhaps bring them down in saturation. So then you've gone from a scene being mutely lit with like one blue light, right? And now you've got all of your like colors like blue being really bright in your scene because you've pulled the saturation down on the other ones. It's a completely different aesthetic. It's a different look. And I don't know if that would work, but like it would be something unique. And so when you pair it with the feeling of sadness that's being portrayed by everything else, even just having that one aspect be different from the rest, it allows the audience to feel the imprint of creativity because you are trying to present in a unique and creative way an emotion through like joint media, through image, through sound, through motion, in a way they haven't seen before. And that will allow them to feel the emotion in a way they haven't felt it before. And I do think that that is where a lot of the like, it was easier, let's say, per se, back in the day, because there weren't other examples of it. And so like CG is a good example, is that like, because they didn't have CG back in the day, they had to come up with unique ways. Like in Star Wars, they didn't have CG, but they wanted to do a space battle. So they had to think, how the fuck are we going to do that? And they were like, well, what if we got some toy miniatures and then shot it with certain lenses at certain angles and then paint a background in so that it looks right? And then you end up with something unique. And like all of a sudden you believe it and you're seeing this scenario in a new way that you haven't seen before. A good example I saw recently is people were showing imagery from The Witcher 3, right? The Witcher 3, and how beautiful, like, what is it, Carl Morgan or wherever the place is, right? And they were showing how beautiful it all looked, right? And then they showed a scene from like a modern game. It was like, I don't know, like Avowed or something like that. And they were showing how the backgrounds just didn't have the same majesty, yet they were working with newer technologies. And the reason is because the technology back then couldn't like, they didn't have Unreal Engine 5, right? They couldn't render all of that scenery in the background, so they had to fake it. And in faking it, they had to use artistry to convince you that it looked majestic and big. But the problem you have now with people like Unreal, you know, when you have engines like Unreal that can render the distance out that far, if you put the literal model there and it's just a lower level of detail, but it's in the distance, you haven't purposely created that environment that someone's going to look at, because you haven't needed to, because it's going to render it. So therefore you don't have an artistic view of that view, an artistic eye on that view. You just have what is literally there in the game engine, and that is never going to look as good. So like, you could still have that place in the game, but if you make it so that, well, there is at no point that the player is going to get from where they are right now to that place, it would be better to instead have an artistic rendering that's like faked up but it's like in the correct location, where the artist has gone in and made that look as beautiful as possible, and it will literally use less system resources because you're not rendering the actual full world in the background. And then you actually have a more aesthetically pleasing and artistic vision come through, and it's a more deliberate approach. You know what I'm saying? It becomes a more deliberate approach to the artistry of solving, how do we make the player feel the majesty of this world? And if you've got a game engine that can do it, you're going to be like, well, we don't need to, because we can just put it in the background. But then you end up with worlds that feel lesser than they used to back in the day, because back then they had to solve a problem. And now you don't have that problem. You're not trying to solve it. And as a result, you end up with a worse result. Does anybody agree with that? Or am I way off base? Especially the geezer who worked on Uglies. Like, do you understand the point that I'm making, at least? Like, it's not even that you have to agree with me. It's more, do you understand the point that I'm making there? Vagrant Story is one of the best looking games. That's the one that sort of had the cartoon bubble when people spoke, right? Like the comic book text bubble that came up when people spoke. I think that was Vagrant Story. Artistic vision this way slowly fades away. Well, that's what I mean. It's like, again, it's sort of what we were talking about earlier with the shareholders. It's when you have money get involved, and then it becomes a money business, and it's not necessarily making the best game or the best sample library, then the priorities change. And again, we are as artists, as humans, we are problem-solving machines. So if you give yourself a problem to solve, and you don't just pick the answer that's already been done, you're going to come up with something novel, something unique. But if you don't feel like you have a problem, then you end up with it's good enough, right? And so like the sort of luck, I guess, of lower technology back in the day is you had to come up with a novel idea in order to get across like a certain, like I feel like the aesthetic of Metal Gear Solid 1, even though like it's low quality, I think the aesthetic of Metal Gear Solid 1 still, like, because it wasn't going for photorealistic, it still sort of works even now, you know. And I think I prefer it to things that are going for photorealism, but it feels like it's soulless. Like when you had the problem, you can feel the energy of the artist within every texture, within every like scene that you're looking at, with every menu item. You're feeling the energy that the artist put into it. But now we're seeing so much like procedural generation. We're seeing so much like high definition assets that like are just filling out a world, and it's just like, it just doesn't feel like it has a soul. And so, yeah, I feel like that's been sort of like the downfall of mod. And like you can see it in like game engines, not game engines, video game teams are like shutting down by the thousands of people are losing their job, but they're all shutting down. And it's this focus on things that people don't need or want. It's like nobody wants to play a really, really high def, graphically impressive first person shooter anymore. Like it's just the wow factor of having something look real is sort of going away. Like people want artistry. They want, that's why you can always have like, I think that the Disney 2D animated classics, you know, like of Aladdin and The Lion King, are going to outlast the live remakes, because the live remakes are going to date, and they're like, they don't have the artist's vision in them. I mean, I'm sure they do in certain areas, but you can't feel the artist trying to portray a certain thing. Because when you have a 2D animation, you're creating everything from scratch. So you have to come up with an aesthetic. You have to come up with a concept, an idea that works, that is internally cohesive. But when you have like things like CG and you're going for ultra realistic, not only does that date because of the technology, you're not going for an artistic vision, you're going for real. And we've already got real. And for most people, real life sucks. And so like having a cohesive internal vision that's unique, because it doesn't exist otherwise, is always going to outlast anything that's trying to be realistic or trying to be, like over the top and grand and big. What you need to do is aim beyond what you're capable of. And then when you get to the point of, well, the engine can't do this, you have to figure out a new way to do it. And in doing so, you will create something that people haven't seen before, something that is actually impressive, because most people will take the path of least resistance, especially when you have like game companies that have shareholders, because they're not there to take risks. They're there to make money. So they're not going to create problems if they don't have it. They're going to go up to the limit and no more. But when you have someone who says, okay, that's the limit, let's take it up to that and then go way beyond it. How can I achieve the thing that's way beyond it without having the ability to do so? How can I give the person, the player, the viewer, that feeling that we have the ability to go beyond this, but we don't? Like, again, Star Wars, for example, they didn't have the ability to go to space and create spaceships and space battles. But they wanted people to feel like they were in space filming ships and space battles, right? They went beyond the capabilities of the technology, right? And they needed to convince people that they had the ability to do so. And so what do? You find ways to fake it, and when in the faking it, you need an artist, you need a creative, because that is a problem that can only be solved by a creative, novel idea, because you literally can't do it a technical way. You can't do it the correct way, because there isn't a correct way. You can't literally go to space and film space battles yet. So you need to find a way to do that without doing it. And that is a creative solution. Right, and that's what we don't do anymore. That's what Uglies was an example of. There is no problem. There is no problem in that film that needed to be solved that hadn't already been solved and done it, like in the same way. ILM was created specifically for Star, and that's what I mean. It's like, and look at the work that they do now. It's always creative. It's always trying to push beyond where something already is, and that's why I always find the value in things like that. Anyway, that was why I wanted to talk about Uglies. What was the other thing I wanted? Oh yeah, I wanted to show like the where was it? The guitar things. So I'll quickly show you the guitar. I've forgotten how much I talk on these things. My throat is already like, oh God, mother of pearl. So one of the libraries I got recently, I'm gonna have to load Kontakt. I'm still using Kontakt 6 for most things. Kontakt 8. So I actually got 2 of them. They both came out around the same time. I randomly had like a bunch of like guitar LED type music. Hang on, before I do that, let me just check something. Nothing in the background now, okay. Just in case it crashes, I don't have like my bank details back there or something, which I've done. So there was 2 separate ones. There was, I need to go back on this. 2 separate ones. There was Apex Guitar, which I think is Keep Forest. And then there was Electric Storm Deluxe. Both do similar things. Am I using Cubase 14? Yes. Yes, I am. Both do similar things. I'll load both up. Let's load that one. Morrowind, was that MIDI? You know, I've what's his name? Jeremy Soule. He has such a unique tone to his music. It's very difficult because you could make that tone with samples, but it's hard to know whether it's samples or live, which is probably like the best thing, because then it's all about the music rather than it is about the about the actual technology. But like his sound is always defined for me like as the sound of reverb. Like his music is always drenched in the deepest reverbs, where it all sort of blends together in this like grey fog of tonality, which is a really wanky way of talking about it, but that's always like how I've sort of felt about it. It probably is private libraries, you're right. Right. So here's like I need to remember keep my microphone close. So like this was the first one I picked up. So this was cool. So this is Apex. And I do like this one. So like it's got this cool riff mode thing. So you can just get like these types of riffs going in the background. But we'll get one that's actually good. So like they do this whole thing with the the different types of chains, they call it. So like what they do is they have this this whole section of like plug-in effects. It's all built in Kontakt, which is really impressive given like how old some of these effects are. But basically they have these different vibes. So let's say we like that, right? We load that in. And the reason I sort of liked it is it has the 2 types of guitars that guitar sample libraries in the way that I like them. So first of all, like if you have it in riff mode, like whatever key you push is going to play the selected riff. But if you don't have riff mode on, you have the tone of that guitar right, but in like you also have access to the articulations. And so like whenever I'm working on guitar parts now, like one of the things I'll do is I'll just pull one of these up. This is going to be a shit riff. Probably do. Let's just do this for now. So it's like, that sounds like Rage Against the Machine. What is it? Whatever. That would be like that, wouldn't it? That's a Rage Against the Machine riff. That'll work for now. But like, so you look over here, we've got our key switches, right? And so what you do is you come over here, and now we can actually like program a riff like this. This is how I do it when I'm really trying to get something deliberate. And then we'll just put palm mutes in here. I'm just going to go between palm muted and open for now. Sleep Now in the Fire, that was the name of the song. And then, like, I don't know, just put it like this for now. EF. So it'd be like that. Right, and so you can put the palm mutes in, or, you know, like if you're doing like a regular. We palm mute short. We can make that like a longer palm mute, for example. Right, and so you can throw together a riff. But it's also good for like just typical, you know, like if you're doing, I never know how to get that to work properly. You know, if you just want to riff, like to, wait, got the short one. This is Badger. What would it be? What am I trying to do? Like this. Ba-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da. Oh my god, I'm doing bad. Da-da-da-da. And then just copy that. Like if I was doing a riff like that, that's a really bad example. I don't know why I'm failing so hard. I don't like the tone of this one, so I'm going to change it. Like that one. Hey, thanks for dropping in though. I appreciate it. Like out of the blue. That's a bit better. No, don't. Why is that one shorter? Oh, it's because I got fucking swing on. I was like, why is this sound weird? I had fucking swing on. Fucking, no wonder that was weird. like I'd swing on my quantize. And we'll make that. Then I could probably copy and paste that without it being too much work. We just copy it. And then like just copy it again. Right. So if I can change this around a little bit, you know, just throw it, like I could literally just throw in like random dead notes and muted bits in there, you know, to make different bits sound different. Like I'm not being particular right now. Right, so and then I don't know, let me just put some just build some quick thing. Enlarge. I'll just put like a ticking clock in the background. We just get some energy going. That actually sounded shit. I've done the riff wrong. And then this in there. Right, so you can get like a little riff going. And of course, like now that it's sort of doing the riff like that, I can. And then pull in like a drum library. One of my favorites, this fucking Modern Massive. I think I tweeted out about it yesterday. It's been like my go-to for drums recently. Oh, we're going to crash? We're going to crash? We haven't had a crash for a minute. Just waiting for it to all load. Oh. There we go. Doop, doop, doop. Zoom in a little bit on this. Dun, 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 dun. Something like that. Boom. Like that. Or whatever, you know. I'm not trying to be great right now. Just one of these. I set up a nice little macro on my thing that makes the velocities a little bit different. Just set one of those fuckers up. Oh, why are they so quiet? Jesus. And I'm all the way up and then down. And then, I don't know, fucking half time it. And then fucking do... That's going to sound shit, but we'll do it anyway. Or, you know what, like just something like that. So if I'm getting it going, there's a knob that lets you morph between the bridge and the neck pickup. Sometimes it's a bit muddy, but it's not all the way on the bridge. Okay, let me check. I didn't know that. Let's have a look. Is it on the main page? No. No, it'll be on the settings, wouldn't it? Here, guitar. This one. No. Turn the fucking thing off. Did I just offset it somehow? I did. Right, again, not exactly what I'm trying to do as an example. Which we should just throw like a easy bass. Like there was this plugin I picked up ages ago. I'll just literally, oh no, not the drums. I'll just double whatever this is playing right now. That's like tempo-wise, that's almost there, isn't it? It's like 103. My new thing though is to I love this plugin. Oh, Doomagorgon. I don't know if any of you guys saw this, but like it's a distortion plugin. But you get the gist. You can also do this, which is kind of cool. to put like OTT on it. This is my little technique. OTT might crash it, but we'll see. Just double up. What fucking close plugins. I can't see what the fuck I'm doing. Like I like this. Like I know a lot of people would hate this tone. I love doing stuff like this. By the way, you've seen Pro Q4. It's got like Soothe built in now, where you can take out like the annoying tones. Yeah, I'm just going to do something like that. OTT on the drums. Like this is the worst way to do it, by the way. It's just the way that I like doing it at the minute, because I like the aggressive tone of OTT. Like what I do is I put it in. Like I use it like a tone shaper. It's a really weird habit. And I imagine everybody's going, DJ, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. It's like, yeah, but I'm having fun. Try it in a different key. Feels quite Let's go down to C. Let's see if we can go down to C. Ooh, oh yeah, I didn't do this one. Because they're not together. One thing I like to do also on basses, it sounds cooler in C. Yeah, it does actually. Well, I like to use the mono to like pull the bass right into the center. Like it's just a really aggressive tone that I've been doing for some work recently. Do the same on drop E. Well, we're already in C. How low does the bass go? Let's see what the bass. Mind you, the bass distortion starts breaking up when you get too low. Let's see what the bass sounds like useless. Okay, we'll go down. We'll go down to E, but I think it's going to start breaking apart. Maybe if I have the guitars up there. I reckon if I pull back the hats in the actual sample, is there a mixer? I guess it'd be in cymbals, wouldn't it? Man, I tell you what, so like it's whenever I do the double thing like that, it takes a second. I mean, it kind of works, right? Anyway, but I've written. Like, I haven't done anything to the bass to actually make it like snappy. Right. I mean, I could make it like literally tighter. But the cool thing I like about doing it with this is, like, if I want more bass, just... Also, I did something to the guitar a second ago, didn't I? Let's Oh, so now I've done that, right? What I'll do is I'll just push this off to the side. I just want to try this in riff mode. So what I'll do is what notes were we on? Just make a copy of this for now. Get rid of this. Do 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 do. Get rid of those. Oh. It hangs, like, I tell you what, it hangs so much more when I'm streaming. Right. I'll just get rid of these. I'll put it in riff mode. I'm just curious as to what the riffs sound like. Put it on the passive theme. They sound a bit behind the beat. I wonder if it's like minus 30. Maybe it's 50. So one of the other cool things about this is they have like the designer, which looks chaotic. And now if we change it, like, again, I'll take some processing off of it. Like, you can do like the different riffs. So like a metal hook, bring in a metal hook. And now if we... I think if I legato this, it'll keep playing. But that wants to be at 90, so I'll slow it down. That does sound weird, but that's because I'm doing all this. Like, it's actually got notes, so the way you're supposed to use this is like with a single note. And like, you can go through the different... Right, let's try it, just randomize it. That didn't sound good at all. Randomize. So what it's basically doing is how's all these different... I wonder if that works. No, because it's doing the different notes. So that's this one, right? And then if I pull up the... what do I want? I want an instrument track. I want Contact 8. Contact 8. That was a weird way of spelling it, but we'll go with it. It found it. Go with the Electric Storm. So this is Native Instruments one. It came out a couple of days ago. I've been using the shit out of this one because it does, what would you say? It does really fast melodic lines. Really good. Yeah, like this one's... Like I like this tone as well, so we're just going to stay on the American High game. Like this has saved me so much time. And again, this is a cool one because it does the key switches. So like it's what, C1. So we start here, and then when it gets to this bit, we'll go to the muted bit, and then we'll do the combat C there. We'll go back to the muted bit, and then this bit we'll do as the combat, and then that bit as the muted again, and then back to the D, if you know what I mean. And then these ones will be the crescendo. So that, like, what was it? Combat C didn't quite work. We'll throw that as We'll have this as that, and then have this as the D. Like I really do like this one. Like it's the problem it has is that, like, well, not the problem. It's just like the rhythms are like preset, and so like if I look at the different rhythms you can have, like they've got like different types and all that, but it's sort of like a little bit more restrictive on what you can do, especially because you've only got so many things. What normally it would replace the guitar tone. I'll just quickly do that a couple of times. So like if you want different tones, you know, you can. I actually kind of like that. That's pretty cool. But like that's cool because you can just put your own distortion units on it. But anyway, the built-in sounds, I normally just use the American High gain. Like it's got a very, it's a good tone for like scoring. But so like if I just change these to different ones. You see, all it's really doing is changing the actual riff of what you're doing. But like you saw that when I programmed it in, that's basically what I programmed in. Right, let's try a couple. Right, some of these are clearly designed for a clean guitar. Right, now if we put that higher. So it's like, it sort of gets you to a place that you want it to be, but like super quick. So I've been enjoying playing with this one. That doesn't work. So you see these little icons here? These are basically showing you what type of sound it is. I'm not sure why it doesn't show it there. I think it shows it if I change it individually. Yeah, so it's the different types. So these ones I think are the arpeggios, which means that the built-in, let's call it module, will go through like its own different arpeggio. Riffs are like pre-baked riffs, like the... I mean, one of the cool things they do about this, let's say I was doing like a riff like this, you know, which is like the 3+3+2, which I do all the time. It shows me which ones are close. So let's say we put that one in, right? And then let's just keep this at C1 for the entire thing. So you see, like, you can, even though it's the same line, all I'm doing is playing the, like, the way that it's being played back. So in terms of, like, authorship, I still feel like I have some control. Right, and like, again, I've taken one that's not out of this Pacific thing. So let's go back to, like, I don't know, sub riff A, and let's replace the C1. In fact, now let's make whatever. Sub riff 1, and then let's type that in again so that we get our same riff. Let's have a riff, please. So we'll put that one in, and then let's have this go down to C1 every time. You know what I mean? So like, it's what I wanted to do. It's just it's playing it back in a much more sort of riff type way, which is good. I mean, like if I was doing a piece, you know, like I don't know why I'd put horns in it, but like it just takes out the need for me to pull together a guitar and actually try and get a tone together in that way. You know what I'm saying? Let's have a quick listen to a couple more. So we were on Pacific Twisted Riff. So this is the other type. So this is the so strum is the one that goes up and down. That's not what I wanted to do. But the cool thing with these is you can play chords. So like this, I think it's only the strum ones you can do that on. Yeah, so if you look up here, like the riff. So like, yeah, the riff will do, so we reduce it to one pitch. It'll take out all of the, was it this one? Yeah, like, so we can get rid of all of the, like the, you know, when the riff has a hey, Chris B-Dad, thanks for raiding. Welcome, guys. We're just playing with a guitar sample library at the minute. But the one pitch, what it does is it takes out where the riff goes. I'm not liking that one anymore. It doesn't work in there, does it? Let's put, we got any, what's it called? Put Combat back in there. Right, so basically it takes the riff out of the riff. So if you've got, like I'm doing there, where I'm trying to create my own melodic pattern. You see how that's going? Ba-da-da-da. Right, let's say that we like the rhythm of it, but we don't want the melodic part. If I put it on one pitch, it keeps it as one pitch, but with the octave. So also. Right, which is sort of what you want it to do. Whereas the ones that have the strum, which isn't that one, but if I pull in a strum one, actually that's a bad example. So if I pull in a strum, let's say like Adrenaline. No, that's fucking strum. Like the strums are for when you want to do a chord, right? And then you can change the way that it's voiced up here, right? So you can have root, octave, and... So like if you were doing that, like on... No, not that one. So like on these ones, I could have those, like these two here, be a G minor, right? And the rest will be a riff. So then that's a bad riff because it's not really pieced together, but you see what I'm saying? And so like the different types that you can actually get are really useful for that. The riff ones, you don't really have that much control over. The arpeggios will play what you... So if I pick like a clean... It plays. So you can see that the ones that it's playing up here, right? But I can also put it like as played, so it's not going to change my voicing. So if I want it like a keyboard, I bet this sounds really weird clean. It sounds really weird. But then like you just throw it back in. It should. Well, if we put it like... But that's what I mean. It's like it's really good at doing these things, especially when you're doing like a game score or something. Just being able to... You know what I mean? So like you can really get going you can get up and going really quick, which is good, So like those are the two I've been using. Like I use this one a whole bunch. Like if I remember, wait, which one? This one. But like if I remember right, I was using it as chords, but I forget how I did it. Yeah, I was just like. But I was using it a lot for melodies and stuff. But it was fun while it, like, you know. The problem is the tracks that they're on, I can't actually show you right now because they're like NDA'd. And so, like, that's always the way, isn't it? Like, a lot of the stuff I can show you is like, you've seen a lot of it before. A lot of it's like Diablo stuff, or it's, you know, the old Metal Gear stuff. Mind you, it feels like I only worked on Metal Gear like yesterday. It was 10 years ago. Like, my hair's a lot grayer. Like, you can't tell it because I got a really nice color grade on the camera. But like, I am going completely grey. Like, this is white hair. So you can see like all of this is white. But yeah, so where did all the raiders? Where did you come from? What kind of stream was over at the raid? What were you guys up to before you got forced into my world? You can have people see the raider thing by default. I can see it in my chat room. I can see that you're all here from a raid. So I do appreciate that. But where are you all from? You use Apex as well. It's really good, right? Like, I forget, like, there was something about Apex. I think I was using it with the Rifts. Like, I'm not sure why I'm not finding... I think it's because I'm usually in Rift mode. So, like... It's just a really bad, like, set for it. But yeah, like, Apex, when it comes out, like, apparently the thing that I've been using this on is coming out soon. It's not it's mostly like marketing stuff, but like the marketing it's for is a big thing, so I can't talk about it. But it's like, I got to use like all these guitars and stuff. And the problem I had is I didn't have a particularly good guitar sample library to use, right? And so this one came out. Which one was it? I was using one of those. I think it was one of these, the very Doom sounding ones. But I ended up using them in a very non-Doom way, which is a cool thing. But like, I just needed something that could... Yeah, I think it was this one. You know, I just needed something that could hold like the chords in the background. And then like with riff mode, you know, just doing the... So like what I'd do is program a riff, and then I'd program a riff in the designer, then just put it in riff mode and play the chords of the backing track that I had. It worked fucking beautifully. Like, the other cool thing about the but then Native Instruments released the what is it even called? It's like the electric Storm, this one. But then they released this one, and I actually used the melodic bit a fair amount. Now, while that loads, what I'll do is, because what I like to use it for is like, what would you say, like big solo runs and stuff. You need to wait for it. So they have a melody mode. So, you know, like what I was showing Apex at the beginning. They also do the same thing, so you can be like, but it's not like Apex is better at doing the key switching thing. Right, so let me just get that out of the way. What I use this for is like, what key was that? G. So let me just throw, just so that I G minor. Let's just put it and just snap it for now. So like, I'll do like, just so I can tap it in like this. Ooh. I know this looks shit, but like, you can just do these little runs like this, very simply. And when I put it in like this, you just take this second bit and then fuck it. I know that was a shit run. Don't judge me. I was just tapping in. So like, I could just do that kind of thing, and then it just sort of works, you know. And take these. Oh, that was a bit pitchy. Mind you, if I put it on a solo chain, that will probably sound way better. what we got? Lead, like a 80s rock solo. Let's see what that sounds like. Actually, it just sounds as shit. Probably didn't help they're all playing the exact same. Whatever. Or like if I'm doing, if I actually plan one. Whatever. I'm not being particular. Right? Again, shit run, but you... Oh, now I need to do one because... And then fuck it. That actually didn't sound great. You know, like if I was doing something like that, and take it, and then I could double it on. Not that high though. And then just... You know, something like that. Such a shit run, but you get the... Oh, but like, so I would do stuff like that with it, and it's really good, especially like if you're just doing like solos. Which one was it? It was down here. So then you can... what are we in? Oh wait, I'm still on there. You know, like something like that. It's really cool, just especially when you've only got like a couple of hours to do a track. Like those kinds of fast moving sample libraries that are just in the spot for you already, you know? Oh. You know, shit like that. It just sounds good. So you do like the rock stuff. Normally I do orchestral stuff. It's just that like I've recently been doing a shitload of this kind of thing. You'd hated it a second ago seeing it, because like the way that I produce the bass and the drum sound, like I always use OTT. So this is what it would have been without them. Right, and then so I put that on, right? But then I just put OTT on the drum so it gets big. Right, then I put Doomagorgon, which is this. Put this on the bass. Again, throw OTT on it. But you take both of those off. Right? It's so much different. Now I've lost me. But like, I use them like tone shapers. It's sort of like the same concept of Bloom, if you know Bloom. I mean, it's not really, but it's like how I see Bloom in my head. So Bloom is a tone shaper with like a compressor built in. I'll just keep that low for now. Right, so you can just sort of dial in where you want it, but it's sort of how I was using OTT. Like, so I use OTT the same way. It's just the 3-band thing. So you play. Oh my God, what is going on? So you see what I mean? It's just I use like the plugins that bring out all the tones and textures in the middle. And I know that that's not always the best way, especially when you're mixing. I'm sure there's mix engineers that look at something like that and like, Jesus, why would you do it? And it's just like, I like to do weird things like that because then it just doesn't sound like all the other tracks. And sure, it is a bit messy. And I was having this is a conversation I have with my mixing friends every now and again, and they hate it. But it's like there is a place in the world for intentionally bad mixes. And I don't mean that like it's bad because you don't know what you're doing. It's bad as in it's not conventionally strong, like everything doesn't have its defined place. But let's say, for example, you're doing a track, especially like, again, I have to think in terms of concepts when I'm composing. So if I have if I'm composing and it's like the scene is gritty and a person's being torn to shreds, like that doesn't have to be a clean mix. Like the fact that the mix is like muddy's the wrong word because muddy has a like a specific type of sound you have in mind. But if there's frequencies that are masking in certain places and it makes this instrument sound really rough in certain areas, that can portray an emotion just as much as an orchestration choice. So the reason you combine like a flute with a high string, they both occupy a similar area, but because of the way that they mask each other, they sound like a unique timbre when you put them together. And so like if you get a mix, like a badly mixed bass like that, and you throw a guitar with it, and they're sort of like really getting all messy in the middle, you don't have as much definition, but you do have a timbre that doesn't exist if you mix them correctly. And so it just depends on what you're trying to achieve. And most of the time when I'm doing things like this for myself, I'm just trying to achieve like what sounds cool to me. And so I never put too much stock in like trying to mix it the correct way or use the correct type of compressor. It's like I'll throw something at it and see if it sticks, something around that. But yeah, so like OTT, like I used to work with Mick Gordon a little bit way back in the day. I haven't worked with him for a long time, but like we used to work on like EA trailers together. And I remember him sending me messages like after the fact, but sending me messages. I think he saw my stream and I was using OTT, and he was like, "You shouldn't use OTT, dude. Like it messes up your phase and all those kinds of things." And my like initial response, like I probably came across like cunty, like, well, I like it, it was one of those sorts of responses. But like the more detailed response is, I like it because it sounds different, it sounds unique, and the phase may be completely off. I may be masking the kick drum, but if the kick drum only being heard as a underneath the then if it sounds cool, it's fine. I don't like if the rhythm isn't necessarily the focus, then it doesn't matter. Or if the rhythm is supposed to be the focus, like I'll have the bass cover it. Like hopefully something else would do it. Like what I guess what I'm trying to say is, I think the way that I think about it is, if I heard a problem, I would have heard a problem. So like, not be like, if you come at let's say a rock track, right, from a mixer's perspective, let's say a mixer who's been trained by YouTube, right, their initial approach is going to be, you need to be able to hear the kick drum and you need to be able to hear the bass. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to carve a little space in the bass guitar where the fundamental of the kick is, so that kicks through on the bass, right? And that would be like a general approach and not necessarily a wrong approach. But what I do is I just throw shit together, right? And like when I'm throwing shit together, I'm not just doing it absent-mindedly for the sake of it. I mean, today I am, but when I'm writing pieces for work or whatever it is, for a game or a movie, I'm throwing stuff together and I feel if it's correct, if it's giving me the right feeling. So if the fact that I can't hear the kick drum was significant enough, I would have heard it as a problem earlier on. Now, later on, that's not to say I can't come back and be like, you know what? This is rhythmically a bit weak. what I can do at that point is then try and bring out bits that are being masked that like are carrying the rhythm, like a kick drum, but by which point I may have already put in like a taiko or something, which would also mask it. So like there's, and it was like it's a battle I've been having in my own mind recently over what's the best approach, mixing as you go or mixing at the end after doing an orchestration phase. And so now I sort of think of like the way that I do it as an orchestration phase. So if I don't hear a problem as I'm writing it, then it's not necessarily something I should try and correct for later. It's something I should try and correct for in the choice of instruments. Because let's say, for example, I do it that way, and then at the end I'm like, I need more rhythm, and I think, let me bring out the kick drum. The fact that you couldn't hear the kick drum, I may have already compensated for by putting something else with bass in that place as well. So if I make space for the kick drum, it's now going to be clashing with the taiko. So I'm going to have to go and fix the taiko. But then if I fix the taiko, there may have been a guitar that was resting on the fact that that taiko was masking this thing. And so you end up having to redo the whole sort of balance of the mix. And so like I'm still not fully convinced on my own opinion on it. So like I'm more like throwing it to you guys for the way it goes. But it's the way that I sort of do it now is if it needs fixing, it's like I try and fix it with a different instrument rather than trying to fix it as a mix move, you know, because often I tend to find that the way that I compose with that, putting things in and feeling it as I go, and again, not mixing as I go, feeling it as I go. So if it needs more bass, I'll put another bassy instrument in there. If it feels like it needs more rhythm, I'll put something like in the mid or the high range where there is a bit more space to clash, and then have it do that. And as a result, my mixes are very chaotic and very sporadic and all over the place. But that's how my brain is. That's how my life is. Like that, my brain never fucking shuts up. And so to me, it makes sense. And I understand to like normal-brained people or people who are brought up on very clean mixes, it could sound wrong and it could sound messy and like the mix is muddy in this. But if it sounds right to my aesthetic, my argument is always, if it works for me, then it's correct. But it's like, I think where the issue lies is I need to find better ways to make it so that it makes more sense to other people. If that makes any sense. But it is something I'm still struggling with. Like if I was doing this track today, I would probably have done a few mix moves to make those things sit better together, because they sounded messy and chaotic, but in a way that wasn't pleasing to me. And so, like, that's what I mean. And that's what I've been saying throughout this whole stream. Like, you guys only joined in a raid later. But you'll see, I did a whole like, basically sermon earlier about creativity. And it's like, the problems that you solve, like, creativity is the solving of problems and how you solve them, right? And if you're solving it using a technique that you took from someone else, that's not your voice. That's not you solving that problem. So if I say that this mix, like, is too chaotic, that is to my own aesthetic. It may sound fine, it may even sound great to someone else, but if it isn't working to me, then whatever music that I'm putting or whatever decisions I make after that fact are going to feel wrong to me because it doesn't work with my aesthetic ahead of time. So it's like you almost have to rely on your own gut instinct up until the final thing and then put it out and let people judge it as they will. But it's like, it's really difficult, and I don't think you should take advice from people as you're writing it, because you're going to start using and solving problems in their voice. You'd really like Squash by Minimal Audio. Do I have Squash? Let me see. I've got some Minimal Audio plugins. Let me have a quick look. I'll throw on the old. We got the double screen. Minimal. What we got from Minimal? Hybrid fill. I've got Rift. Let's put Rift on something. Do. Do you like this dual setup? Look, put Rift on it. There we go. Get some of that from the pop. And then I like that they have a filter in here somewhere, don't they? Messy as fuck. How do I bring up the filter? See, there it is. I don't know why it's hidden. Like, there's like a wolf filter or something, isn't there? A howl filter. I like that one. Yeah, what I normally do is like I'll take this, I'll put that on an LFO so that it's like spreading between the stereo field. It's really trippy. So if I go this way. And then have this go like 4 bars. Maybe not that much. So like, let's say I was doing a work track. I'd probably have it slower, so it was like... And then put something like Shaper Box on it. And you put in like some big percussion or something. Let's bring this back in. We'll mute these. Down. And you see like how just by shaping the bass, like I've managed to turn it from what was a rock track into like, you could probably make that like, I don't know, like a Middle Eastern like stealth track. So like let's well, we in G still. Bring the strings back up. Like so now we've got like dun 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 dun. Something like that. Actually, that'd be dun 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 dun. I'll double this up so you can hear it. 'Cause it's going to be pretty quiet about. Dun dun. Something like that. So it's just as a phrase. So it'd be like. I mean. together. Doesn't work. And in fact, I wonder if now we can bring in the... Right? And so it's just... Something's still held. There we go. So just by changing the way that certain instruments feel, you can, like, all I did with that was... So I just had that bass line that was boo-doo-doo, like doing its thing, you know, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Put riff on it to bring the tone into a more, like, muffled but yet interesting. The drum library was the Get Good Drums Modern and Massive. Let me just load that up. This one. It's a great sounding kit. I have got OTT on it. Let me just unmute it. That's it normally. And then just with OTT down at the bottom here. So with OTT, like I was saying this earlier, I use it like a tone shaper. So I just basically bring out the bits, normally in the mids, just bring out the room tone and things like that. And then I pull the depth way back. It just makes it a bit bigger. I guess if you were being like a normal person, let me just in case information loads, let me try. Didn't Universal Audio just gave away the new FET compressor, didn't they? They're 1176 rather. Let's try smashing it with that. Like, this is just a normal compressor though. That's way too much. Smash it like 7. Oh, there you go. Sorry. Smash it like it. In fact, I could put this on the big screen. That makes more sense, doesn't it? Like, that's the other thing. It's like the transients are a little bit crushed, but I like the tone of that. And like, if I actually, let me do the quick halftime trick. So let's say that we've got these drums, right? And I want to halftime them. Go away. What I can do is, like, let's take one bar of it and then just stretch it out. There we go. When I do my release, I usually just look for how long between a beat until it gets back to 0 so that it's a bit more rhythmic. Like... and smash the living shit out of it. But that's at 20 to 1. Like, I always go big or go home with these types of things. Whereas when I put like OTT again, which is an over-the-top compressor, literally by design, right? But if I turn that on, I can like design. I can almost like EQ it with the compression, if that makes sense, you know? So before I'm touching EQs and stuff, I'm essentially getting a tone like, but with the compression. Oh, I like the way. Now, I don't know if you could see it. Shut up. I don't know if you could hear that, but like the way that I've got the time set up there, because it's going so extreme, the pumping is actually creating a reverse cymbal effect. Listen. I'm curious. I want to put that. Like, Shaper Box is, by the way, if you don't have it, this is by far the most useful plugin on the planet. It's worth it, whatever it costs right now. Worth it. I like playing with, like, you see, I've made all my own glitch machines. But, like, I wonder if I put the same preset on both. I wonder if I put OTT after the Shaper, I wonder how that will sound. Now, I'm curious. I wonder what if I put like a... This has also been a plugin I use a lot. It's Submerge. I use it for the weird effects though. Like, so it's basically just a pumper. Like, but one of the things I like putting it on drums is bizarre as fuck. Yeah, I know this is weird, by the way. Like, you can change the mid and side, so you can pump just the sides, for example. So you see, like, those cymbals are only going out rhythmically now. We can turn it. Have it go the other way. Or have it like... So like there's all this big stereo gap in the middle. I wonder what that sounds like in the mix. I actually kind of like it doing that. What else can we do to it? Like the problem is I have so many plugins that I always forget what I have. Do you guys ever get that? Like this is my list down on the right. My face is going to be in the way of some, but if I just, you know, like, oh, I like this one. Let's put Object on it. This might crash my entire system. It's a weird one. This is kind of cool. I wonder if we make it like a 16. But then... No. Because now I'm using it like a trance gate. Look at that sound shit. There you go. You get a... Sounds really cool. One of my other favorite plugins is... Okay, God, I don't know what I'm going to put this on. But have you ever seen... it was a free plugin, actually. It was called Love. What should I put it on? I'll put it on strings. Again, this could all crash at any point. Like, we've gone a little bit too extreme. So if I put, like, a violin... just turns it into pads. So what I'll do now is, let me just mute these. I'm going to put Volcano on. I'm going to put Volcano on the bass. So I'm gonna make it sound weird by turning the shimmer to like a semitone. So it's going to sound really pitchy, a bit more horror maybe. Just as an example. But yeah, like, so it's really good at making weird, like, pad type sounds. I think I have a few of my own presets in here. They're probably not any better. Broken Love. Let's see what we did with Broken Love. I'll put it on, you know what? I'll put it on the guitar. Being as though we've got some cool guitar. Which one should we put it on? We'll put it on that doing weird riffs. Actually, let's put it on the other one. Mount. I tell you what, before I move there, one of the most useful things I did recently, like I set up this template, I finally put my microphone inputs in the template so that if I want to record like the synth that's behind me, for example, all I have to do is like push that and then I can, mind you, where's the... There we go. I'm going to put a few of these... So I can finally just use the synth as it's meant to be used. What tempo am I at? Headphones in the way. And now I can just go, what key are we in? G? That's definitely the wrong note. So like, if I want to record my synth, I could just do that and it's there now, you know? We need like a bar before that. Just put that one back in there. And now we've got that, I'm just going to make an audio track. Whatever. Just so that it's out of the way. We'll bring this up. We'll put it on that. I wonder if that works against the... It's definitely the wrong key though, isn't it? I like getting like things like this again, like shape a box just for a bit of movement. Go through some of the ones I've built. I never know what the... I was quite proud of this name, by the way. Bill Gates. Come on. Come on, that's clever. Bill Gates. Oh. Put some Echo Boy on there. What note is that? I wish I had perfect pitch. I'll get rid of the other bass for now. It's E. Uh-huh. What the fuck have I done with this? Let's just put this on E1. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to put this through the same like OTT process that I normally do. I'll put it up at the top. You know what? I might even put Doomagorgon on it. This makes it sound way more Battlefield when you do it like this. I'm going to actually put another shaper box on it because what I want to do here is something very specific. So you can hear like, it's kind of cool, but if I take the bass, we can have this bass just doing like a, actually, you can have the bass just be like that. And the reason I want to do that is because when I bring in OTT, that bass being compressed is actually going to be aggressive. And I make this that's what I like about Shaperbox, because you can do it. You can actually start a groove with just one sound, you know? I'm going to do a cool trick here where I'm going to get this, sidechain it to audio 1, and then I'm going to have this duck every time that big bass hits. with that fucking close all plugins. One of the most useful macros you can make when you do this kind of shit, by the way, is the close all plugins. What do I want to do? I want to make this just make this one chugging riff. I wonder if we can do the OT. Oh, mind you, this has got like. I wonder if we put some sort of gate. We could do another shaper box. Okay. Oh, I'll put shaper box 2. Never put shaper box 2. Shaper box 3 is the way. Like I like just fucking with these. Like I got these glitch ones that I made. What's this? 32 machine. That's a vibe. Just before it crashes, I'm going to save that. Crazy stream rhythms. But you see, like this is what I mean when I'm talking about how you like when you compose, you're going for a feeling. Like a lot of the things I'm doing are wrong in the moment, but they make sense once something starts happening. if you see what I'm saying. So it's like when I get it all like sort of flowing together. See how many plugins we got going. So let's turn some of these off and see what happens. That's what we started with. Kind of a vibe. I again, this is completely incorrect, but I like to mess with the sides in the mid. Like I'll always double check it in mono. I can't do it right now because it's normally on my, in fact, yes, I can. I don't know why I'm saying I can't. I've got this plugin. This plugin's really cool, by the way, if you just want to check a mix in mono. Because you can do that. I wonder if we've still got like, yeah, like if we put these back in, yeah, so we got the, but they just need to be in E now, don't they? Yeah, so put that in E, put this back in E. So now we've got all those things, all those little bits and pieces that we had of everything sort of, and now we put them with the new cool sounds. I wonder if that's gonna. And then just have this go up to like, and then I forgot which one it was, but like we can have this go up to. I guess we should probably keep it on the E. As I go. Oh, the horns sound pitchy. Maybe if I just have it like a dramatic like fall, you know. Oh. You know what I mean, like a. When you do the double time, because it's in a glitch thing, it sort of fucks with it in a weird way that I kind of like. I wonder what happened. This needs to be E as well, doesn't it? That's not the one I want. I wanted this one. Put a flange on it. Give it some. Weird. That I'm actually gonna do the trick I was showing earlier about where you put it. I'm gonna put it in a post fader like convolution reverb. And now we should. So like that. Because like when you put it in a post, I was saying this earlier, you guys may have missed it, but when you put a reverb as post fader, you can actually turn down the fader completely and still mix in the reverb. So now it's look. And so now what I can do is like mix, put an EQ before the reverb on the send, and mix that sound around that bass with the reverb. And then when I bring the fader in, what I'm doing is I'm listening for like a sweet spot for where we've got enough. Sorry, pre-fade. No, you're right. Pre-fader's the blue. I meant pre-fader. I said post. I meant it the opposite way to what I said. But yeah. So the pre-fader, if it's pre-fader, it means the reverb's applied regardless of the fader, right? So the fader can be all the way down, you still hear it. Fader can be all the way up. Like, it's irrelevant. They're independent of each other, right? But then I can bring this in and find like a sweet spot of where the reverb and the clean signal sound right together. And so now it's like I'm enveloping that bass sound with the guitar sound rather than having it clean like this. Which is where they're just up against each other, which is fine. That's more like ambient, you know? Do it with this as well. Mind you, that's not coming through very loud, is it? Let me try putting on a different one. I guess I have to pre-gain this higher. It's coming through really low. So I'll do it over here. Which is going to be weird. We're in a massive hall, which is a bad idea. But why not? Didn't work. Abandoned ship. I'm going to put Doomagorgon at the end. Wonder what that's going to make it do. Maybe if I tune it all the way down. with it all off. Anyway, sorry, random sound design sesh there. But anyway, I forget what I was trying to show you. I was trying to show you something. But basically, yeah, I was trying to show you my OTT method, and then we ended up going just wildly off course, as we tend to do. So there was a few plugins there. By the way, just curious, how was the... is this legible? When I have both things on screen like this, can you sort of get the gist of what's going on? Like, obviously, this is a lot cleaner, but I was curious if you can actually make out what's going on both screens at the same time. It seems to be a little bit more useful in general. But yeah, I thought I'd do some of that today. But anyway, that's going to be where I end the stream today with a nice little bit of sound design. I just wanted to get back on and see what it was all about for a minute. I can't make any promises to how many more of these streams there'll be this year, because last year I said that they'll be way more frequent. I didn't do one, so hard to say. Although it's good, like I'm glad that I finally got like one of these little it's a little desk stand for the microphone, and I'm really liking it because it allows me to pick the microphone up and just sort of move around, actually be part of the room. Put this back on sequencer. It looks way more cool with those red lights back there. But it allows me to pick it up and actually think, because I can move. Like when I've got the microphone, like when I talk, I'm a mover. I move around a lot. It's just how my brain works. Like a thought triggers a nervous system and the whole body goes with it, kind of thing. And so yeah, I've got this thing. I've got like the lights set up. I kind of like the aesthetic of it now. I've got a lamp over there, which adds some nice needed lights here. We've got a nice aesthetic going on. The camera's finally in the right spot. Now that I've got like this laptop as well, I can keep an eye on the chat room. I can keep an eye on the stream is working. I got all my inputs. Like everything's set up as it should be now, which is finally the way it was. Thank you for sharing. Can you recommend me some orchestral libraries? What do you use? Depends what kind of orchestra do you want to do, because that will muddy the waters. One that I was using a lot is the Metropolis Arc 1 from Orchestral Tools. That's got a lot of cool instruments. That's got this brass in it. Oh, God, if I unmute it, it's all going to go to shit, but we'll see. I don't know why the piano's still in there. Let me just turn that off. So, like, it's got some cool brass in it, like this. That's a very Hollywood sound. It's got the chimbassi. It's got, nice trombones. It's got good tuba. Tuba's good in it. It's also got Marcato articulations, which is something I really like. The lows are really cool when you play them right. The reason... the reason I ask what type of orchestra, so like the thing about this Metropolis Arc is it sounds really impressive because it's recorded in that way, but it can't really move out of that too easily. Like it does the big sound, like the big remote control type, Pirates of the Caribbean vibe, or Gladiator, that big loud brash sound. But it can't go outside that, but it does it really well. It does that one specific thing really well. If you're going outside that, like there's Audio Imperia's Jaeger is quite good. That's like an all-in-one library. It's got all the sections. I haven't got any of that loaded up right now, and it'll take me a minute, so I'll do that in the next stream. But Jaeger's good. Audio Imperia does some good all-round libraries. Cinesamples is another good one. Spitfire is decent, but like they're a bit more like expensive for what you get, and they're all together libraries are not that impressive. Like they don't go very big, so like most ensemble libraries usually don't have it all, but those particularly are a bit weak in that respect. But Audio Imperia is a good place for like everything libraries. Cinesamples is another good one. I said Audio Imperia. If you want like some libraries that are really good at legato and really good tones, check out Performance Samples. They're the violins, like these here. Very good legatos. Yep, Orchestral Tools, their Berlin series is really great. Like Cinesamples, Orchestral Tools, Performance Samples are usually my go-to ones. Spitfire for a few things here and there. For orchestral things, that's usually the types that I go for. But like Performance Samples again is the one that I like the most. It's what most of my template's built on. It's my template is built mostly up right now of Performance Samples and Orchestral Tools. Again, mostly because they get me where I need to go really quick. Performance Samples is this one for the choir, for example. All right, I've got Black Hole on there. Let me turn that off. Like it's instantly out the box and it's just good. Like you can do that with other libraries. Like this chorus one in particular is pretty good. It's a bit louder, sorry. But it's like the way that the vowels go, you have to be a bit more intentional with it. That's why I like Oceana. It doesn't matter what you play. It just feels right. And that's the same for all of their libraries. Like the legatos feel good in Vista and not Performance Samples, the Pacific string ensembles. Their brass in Angry Brass just sounds good when you play it. So they're the usual ones I go to. I like Cinesamples Cinebrass Pro if you're looking for a big sounding but flexible brass library, because that's got the monster brass in it, which is like the really deep low end like this stuff. Oh no, not that one. This one. No, hang on. This one. Goes deeper than that. Which is really hard. That's basically like when they did... is it Inception? The Bram Inception, when Hans did that kind of thing, everybody wanted the big brass sound. So like that's where that one came around, and that's like the only one that does it properly. Like even Orchestral Tools tried that one, and it's not quite got the same tone to it. Like that patch alone is worth it. But it's also got the 12 horns. Usually French horns are recorded in a band of 6, but 12 horns, obviously, more is better. So like that's what I'd go to for those. In terms of percussion, you want to get Damage, anything by Heaviosity. They do incredible percussion libraries. But yeah, like that's the ones I mostly use. My piano is The Gentleman, which is a Native Instruments one. That's quite a common request as to what piano I use, but. It's my favorite sounding piano. I don't like the sound of I prefer grand pianos in real life, but this is an upright piano. But there's just something about uprights in samples that sound. They just sound a bit nicer. When you play the right notes. But yeah, upright pianos just seem to sound better for some reason in samples. I don't know. To me, again, it's just a personal preference thing in that regard. But yeah, I have a bit of everything. Like that's sort of the issue I had over the years is a lot of the sample libraries that are out there are good. And the ones that I use because I compose in a particular way and I have a particular aesthetical sound that I like, a particular aesthetic to certain sounds that I like. But that doesn't apply to everybody. Like, there's a lot of people, particularly on VI Control. If you don't know that website, it's a forum for composers. VIcontrol.net, I think it is. A lot of people, they just adamantly disagree with me. Like, they think that my opinion is useless, that I don't know what I'm talking about. Hans Zimmer himself said I'm a shit composer on that forum, mostly because I gave one of his libraries a bad review. But it's like, the aesthetic that you have is unique to you. Like, the libraries that I said, whichever ones you pick, you'll be able to get something decent out of. Like, anything from like Cinesamples, Orchestral Tools, Audio Imperia, Heaviosity, Performance Samples. Whatever you get from those will work. It will sound great. It's just they all have different tones, and it depends on what you want. And at the end of the day, you saw what I do with sound. You can go anywhere, so it doesn't really matter what you choose. Just as long as you have fun doing it, you'll figure it out along the way. But yeah, that is going to be the stream today, guys. I appreciate you dropping in. I especially appreciate you, Chris, for dropping the raid in. That was nice at the end of the stream, just as all the Europeans left. All of you guys jumped in and sort of filled some spots. But yeah, so it's been a fun stream. I definitely had fun, so I'll try and do it again. My throat is completely dead now. I forgot how much I need to speak and how much I do actually speak. And so well, Junkie XL used to share a lot, but he it was funny, like at the time when he came about, like that was when I started to peak at doing streams, and then all of a sudden everybody started doing them. I guess I showed the way, and then obviously he's a lot more popular and done a lot more things than me, so like he took most of my base audience, but the OGs, they stuck around. But it was his ones were good. But like whenever I would watch Junkie XL's ones, they would just give me an anxiety attack. Like, he has everything loaded all at once across machines. It's like that's just too much of a headache for me. I'd spend more time looking for the sound I want in the list. It's like I might as well just have it empty and then just load in what I need. And then that way, at least I'm thinking about it, because I'm going to be doing the same amount of searching for the sample anyway, except without completely wrecking my machine from the inside out. And having to wait 20 minutes for it to load. And if it crashes, having to hope that everything was back where it was. It just becomes unwieldy, And the way he composes is, like he comes from a music production background as well. But you can tell he was remote controlled to a degree. Like, you can see some of that in the way he writes orchestra. So, I mean, it was like there was stuff to learn there, but, a lot of it was already out there. I haven't seen him do one for a while, but, maybe he's... Maybe he's just been busy, like it does happen. Or maybe he got all the attention he needed already, and he was like, I don't need to do that anymore. People know I exist, and he was out. All right, I have some replaying to do. Yeah, regarding the names and such. Thanks again, Chris, for bringing everybody in. That was fun. And yeah, Junkie XL has a staff. I'm just me flailing around as I do. But anyway, thank you again, everybody, for joining today. The outro music today is going to be called The War of a Nightmare, which is a weird, I don't even know what kind of music you'd call it. It's like a EDM track. I don't know why, I don't even know why this is the one I'm going to play, but it's the one that's up there. But thank you, everybody, for joining the stream today. Do watch the VODs. I'm going to put some of it on YouTube. Go follow me on YouTube. I forget how you get there. It's probably in the links down below. But thank you for watching, and I will see you guys whenever, hopefully not in another year's time, but I will see you in the next one. Goodbye.